I'm good.
If I knew the mayor looked like that, I feel like I would have supported Sev's decisions more.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, dags.
Do you just have like a thing against old men? Like, what's the problem?
The color scheme just screams villain to me.
It's the regional colors of green and brown.
That doesn't scream villain to me. That just screams druid.
Like, by that standard, like Gale's the big bad. Like what?
Oh my god.
Like, look at that. It's the brown. It's the green.
Sorry, I'm not sure if my message went through, but like that's the guild color, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, there are definitely 3 Rayleighs on my screen. I don't know if everybody sees that.
It's probably the
just got
same
one.
3 from last time that I can't do anything about.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Why? Okay.
There are so many enemies. Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's alright, we got 6 of us now.
Do we have Reese coming too, or is he?
I have not heard anything, so I don't believe so, unfortunately.
Aw.
No.
Damn.
But if he joins in later, we will get there.
Yeah.
But
Are
my
you gonna,
friends,
like take over his initiative, or?
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna take him out for now, then we can plop in when we get there.
Alright.
But that said, friends, last time we had quite a bit happen. We finally got all settled in. Our party was able to experience the wonderful show of Ziedler's Thrills and Chills. And they might have found out why it's called Thrills and Chills. During the act, we had this sorceress begin to magic and weave some orbs of light and put on a elegant spectacle of a show. Had several of the performers come on down, perform their various stunts and acrobatics. Had a couple more performers come through with animals, and they did various tricks with them. We saw the white wormling hatchling come out and break free of its chains before breathing some misty haze all over the big top, and in like the different the lights refracted various different like prisms and colors just burst all through the stadium. And as the end drew closer and closer, the mayor was picked through what lucky odds to participate in the final magic act. And Rista, the performer, summoned forth a wooden box and sent him off, levitating in the air before the box crashed down to the ground. And piecing together, opened it back up, saw the mayor was still there, before she summoned forth a cloud of daggers that pierced the box through. And the audience and the crowd just erupted, screaming in terror. And as the crowd was running out to the exits, Sev was able to spot Elmby in the crowd and waved him over. And as the party was discussing what they wanted to do next, Elmby dashed off to the exit and made his way outside. The rest of the party followed, but not before the second that they came through the canvas flaps of the big top. They took a look around and they saw Rista firing a bolt of energy right towards Elmby. And that is where we left off for the night. So Rista is currently occupied with the cage right besides where you see a mare who is quite alive, a little battered, but alive and moving, a far cry from what you had seen carted off inside the big top.
Hold on a minute. Who was the one who cast something at Elmby?
Rista.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. So she just did that and went back to being caught up with the mayor?
No, this is what she was doing before Elmway came out. She's right beside the cage.
Okay, gotcha.
And then you can see, taking a quick glance around, you've got several of the other circus performers all like tidying things up and making sure things are strapped together as they're getting back to work. And let me roll for...
While you're doing that, I forgot to grab coffee. Be real quick.
That'll do it. Careful, you are up next. How do I... There we go. Is that not going to go through? Oop, there we go. And as Risa tries to fire forth a bolt of light towards Elmley, she has like one hand like on the cage as if she's trying to close it, and fires with her offhand off to the left towards Elmley. He nimbly just dodges right beneath the bolt of lights as he continues going towards her. And that is going to take us off to Sev, who is currently not here. God damn it.
Okay. So,
What's up, Dave? What's up, Prol? Hello, friends. Hello. We are just starting up our Sunday session of D&D. Welcome.
Going to play it safe for now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I can reach her. So I am going to hit this sorcerer lady with a chill touch.
Okay. With a chill touch and with a 16. With 16, that absolutely hits. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
So you just summon forth like a little special hand on the shoulder just to grasp a touch and hang on. Fantastic. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Not for now.
Okay. So that's going to take us off to one of the human performers out towards the end of the, towards the right side, near the cannon, the back of the cannon. He's going to see Elmley, see the rest of you just pop out of the tent, and he's just going to hold a dagger up and hold his turn. Same with the blue dragonborn off to the other side. He's going to hold a dagger up, slide it out of his side, hold his turn. Jinprax, that takes us over to you.
Okay, as a free action, Jimprex wants to try to, like, talk this out. I'd be like, well, what the hell is going on here? Sir, Mr.
No worries,
Mayor,
Dave.
sir, were
Appreciate the
you
rating.
aware any of this was going to happen?
Who were you talking to?
The mayor.
He's quite shaken up. No, of course not.
Ah, fun. Okay, so this is a kidnapping. Wonderful. All right. Close your mouth, or don't. You know, it doesn't matter. Jimprax strums a very an incredibly loud chord. It's not even a chord. He just strums like every single note, trying to make like as loud of a sound as possible to cast silence on. I forget the sorceress's name. Sorry.
Andrista?
Andrista, yeah.
Fantastic.
So that just auto works. So I'm casting silence here,
And
where
that
like
is
on her space.
20 feet, right?
Yep.
Okay. I should be able to set up. Oh god, I forgot how to do this.
Yeah, and I have a bunch of it on the infos already because I wanted to check if I could cast it on her versus on that space, because in previous campaigns I've allowed my players to like cast silence on like the space that is a piece of paper to have them do stealth, but I assume you're not going to let me do that.
I mean, it's a point that you see within range. So, like,
Yeah.
like a point, not like a specific person.
Yeah, okay. So right now that point is the point that she encompasses.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then as a bonus action, I'll look to my companions and kind of like start playing like kind of a weird little tune and a weird, very funky little like very gym prax special, and puff out my scales to give myself a very like an incredibly beautiful appearance. And say to so I'm doing this to Gale, Sev,
it's more bullets in the
our party, basically. So everybody but me. I'm giving you 5 points of temp hit points, and you can move wherever, like move your like movement speed without taking opportunity attacks.
And
Oh,
what is that
sweet.
from?
So I'm sorry, we get... Oh, here, okay.
Fantastic. Cool. And the 5 temp health is really nice.
Yep. So everybody except for me that's allied on our side gets to get 5 temp hit points and use like a move action, and you won't have any what's it called? Opportunity attacks by doing such.
Sweet.
So,
And I kind of say, let's turn the tides of things for the heroes, and I puff out my scales and make myself look, absolutely gorge.
But it's only for the next reaction used to move? Is there like a time?
yeah.
They immediately have to move.
Right, so if you
If they
choose to
want to.
move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure if it like it carried over to another round or...
Yeah. They can immediately use their reaction to move up to its speed, their speed, without provoking opportunity attacks. So just kind of to let ourselves reposition, since we weren't exactly like,
Okay.
Yeah.
not ready, but
So if any of you would like to move, go right ahead.
Well, I gotta stay out of the circle. Where should I go?
So while everyone else is deciding, as you start to strum down on I'm assuming you're using your newfound loot. Yeah?
Yeah, I am.
The 2 daggers are going to be thrown your way, making any sort of sudden movements.
Oh?
And... does a 12 hit?
No.
Both daggers just whiff past you. While they're trying to hold their action for the first sight of movement for anyone coming to try to chase after them, hearing your dissonant chord preamble, bit of noise, we'll say, they just twitch, and the daggers go flying into the canvas of the big top.
Alright, so if we're gonna move... So the dagger, that was the only attack that was readied then?
So far, yeah. They just held the attacks if anyone's gonna go move. Or like do something.
And I did a move.
True.
Yeah. I suppose I can move over here just so that I'm in, so that I can see things better from where I'm standing.
Sure.
Oh, it's an immediately move, like right now, immediately.
Correct. Using your reaction to
To
move.
I'm not sure. I kind of think I might be in a decent spot, unless that's a carny right in front of me.
It is.
It's one of the drow performers right in front of you.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna stand next to in a square right here.
Sure.
Okay.
It's dark. I can't see anything.
All right.
Yeah, just the circle is silenced, so no noise happens in that circle.
Yep. So like
Okay,
you just
so
hear
be
not even
sure
crickets
not
to the right of
cast
you.
any spells.
So we. do
Elmley
not-
also, I affected Elmley with this also, Dale.
Yep.
He just chose not to move.
Oh, that is a good call. That is a good call. Good reminder. I was thinking the silence, but no. Okay. Yeah, he'll move like right up next to Rista. Get a little extra
how long
burst of
do-
speed.
Yeah. How long do the temp hit points last?
I assume until they're gone.
Yep.
It's very
Okay.
rare for temp health to go away after a set amount of time.
Okay. Are we all
That was me.
good?
All right,
Yeah,
end of your turn.
How do I do it?
I had a chunky turn.
Fantastic.
Chunky.
And good thing you moved, Gale. The drow performer right in front of you is up next, and they're just gonna try to rush their way towards Jinprax and try to take a quick swipe
shit.
with a dagger.
Mm.
Watch the scales. I just
I'll give her that.
got those done.
Does a 14 hit?
No.
No. Oh gosh, they're like trying to
Jinprax
thrust
chunky.
towards you, and they just like you anticipate like your one side is completely deaf. You don't hear anything from your right, but from the left, you can absolutely hear the minute footsteps as they start to approach you, and you just sidestep their swipe. And that is going to be their turn. That will take us off over to one of our first chonky boys. You see a big, burly dwarf towards the right of the cannon. On the right-hand side, begin to approach Elmy and just take out his massive hammer and swing down as if you were playing Whack-A-Halfling.
Oh God.
Don't love that.
Dodge.
All right, so that is 13 for Elmy, and load faster. Come on.
Did he just take 13 damage in one hit?
No, that is the roll to hit, and his AC is 13. So as he gets that extra burst of speed, trying to move closer and closer to Rizda, out of his towards his blind side, the dwarf just pops over and slams down his shoulder.
It was
Oh,
one
no.
I-
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't have
Not
been
gonna
able
catch
to
him up,
hear him
it's fine.
coming. So,
I stand by my decision.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
It's gonna go take
I-
7 points of bludgeoning damage.
No, it's not so bad.
All right, the dwarf is gonna end his turn there. Rayleigh, that brings us off to you. What are you gonna do?
So I'm not gonna mess around. I can see the sorcerers from where I am and get a clear shot in her, right?
I believe so. If you can see her, she's off to the
Yeah.
right side of the cage.
So I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike.
Okay.
And I'm going to use one of my force arrows.
Okay.
Good shit.
So that's
Ooh.
a
Ooh. That's a nice one.
Fantastic. Yeah, with a 23, that absolutely connects.
wait. It didn't roll the damage, so
Yeah, it did.
there. So that
Yeah.
means
It was up at the very top.
It rolled
it did.
4.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind then.
No
Yeah,
worries.
You're good.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, so it's 2 + 4 + 3.
Also known as 9.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can easily, from where you are, just stand your ground. You take a quick look around the area, and you see all the commotion going on near Elmy and in the lamp lights attached to the cannon. You can see Rizda just recovering from her blast towards Elmwing. You let loose your arrow, and you see like the initial impact in like her shoulder, as there's like a muffled, slight, small explosion as the force just impacts outwards. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'd like. Can I guess that's probably an action to get the drift globe out, because Gale just said that he can't see. So I think that might be a next turn thing.
It would be an action to use. I'll say bonus action to try to get out of your inventory right now.
I can see where everyone's standing. It's just the darkness.
Okay, so that is a next turn thing.
It's just the darkness by the elephant that I can't see. I can see there's a guy there, but like I can't really do anything about it.
Okay.
That's fine. I can see him.
All right. Cool.
Right.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Sev, if I use the drift globe next turn, would you prefer I use light or daylight?
That is a question.
Something not too bright, especially if it's going to be nearby my face.
Okay.
Cheers.
So I think I'm done with my turn then.
Fantastic. That is going to bring us over to one of the human performers right in front of y'all. He is going to make his way over to the cage with the hatchling in it and begin fiddling with the lock.
Oh boy. Okay.
Gale, that brings us off to you.
This will be an emotional conundrum for Cyndrus.
Oh god. It's alright.
Oh dear.
Something.
Sorry, who is fiddling with the cage and where? Can you ping it?
It's the male performer right in front of y'all.
Which I cannot see. Okay.
Crouch down towards the cage and starting to fiddle with the lock.
Although I don't know if it's because it's off the map or if it's because it's darkness.
I can vaguely see it.
Might be darkness.
So I think it's darkness.
I can see it.
Okay. Then you can handle it. I will.
That's fine. I already have a plan. Don't worry, buddy. Just keep me covered, because there's somebody over trying to fuck with me, and I'm gonna need all the cover I can get.
Okay. In that case, will I provoke an opportunity attack if I move over by guess you're right in front of me, right?
Yeah, I'm right there. So
Yep, there's no enemies currently like immediately around you.
Just like pop up on the other side of me if you want to get past me.
Okay. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and cast Bark Skin on you.
Okay.
Cheers, mate. All right.
So I cast the Bark Skin.
Fantastic. All right. Put that
And so that makes your AC 16, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, 16.
Oh,
it's a concentration spell.
Which I was just gonna say.
It.
Oh no. Jim Brex haven't been hit yet. You're good to go. Yes. I was gonna put the markers on for y'all concentration.
Yeah.
Concentration spell, and I can. Oh wait, no, it's not a bonus action, so I can't use a cantrip. And I can't cast Healing Word on Elmwave because I cast a leveled spell. So I will wait for my next round.
Oof, we've all got.
I don't think Healing Word would work right now either. Since he's in the silence bubble, he can't hear it.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's true. So
one of the disadvantages of silence, but the spellcaster currently can't cast spells.
Yeah, that's
true. All right.
Let's just hope we are all good, because I'm about to need that concentration too.
That is going to take us off to Holfin, the mayor. He's just gonna you can see his mouth move as he just begins to like mouth words and like move around in the like close quarters of the cage as the cage begins to like wobble a bit off the ground, but you
Oh,
all
boy.
hear nothing coming up.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Simon and Garfunkel up in here.
That's gonna bring us to our.
has not many regrets.
That's gonna bring us off to our second chunky boy, and he's just gonna try to move closer to the rest of you all.
Oh boy.
And then his turn. And this will bring us over to Rizda.
Stick.
What
Jim
is
Rex
she
gives her a very
going to do?
cheeky smile.
Stop. She's gonna start moving outwards, trying to get out of range of.
Oh,
Of
you put
course.
the silent on her.
Yeah, it had to be on her. Let's see if I can just make a circle for it at the same size. That should be it. Perfect.
That works.
And then I can take that off. Cool. So she's going to try to get away outside of the range.
Opportunity
She is gonna
attack.
And she is-
attack from Emily.
Absolutely going to proc an opportunity attack from Emily.
Ha 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 ha.
That is going to be. So he's got his +1 dagger out. Oof. As much as he tries, he's still kind of like reeling back from the hits of the hammer of our dwarf friends. He's unable to connect with Riza, and she grabs up a bit of her dress and just shuffles out past Elmway.
Damn.
Damn it, this felt like a waste of a level 2 spell slot.
I mean, when he got you still have like a nice bit of range with silence, so.
Yeah.
Get back to her. What is she going to do? Rista is going to go cast Chromatic Orb. Over at Elmy, but oh my god, I'm not rolling great for anyone today. Good or bad. Dang. So you see it like try to spark and produce a bit of like touch the circlet with the gem on her head and try to summon forth a ball of light and send it towards Elmy. But it falls in like the grass, just like over his head towards where the mare is. She's gonna end her turn there. Sev, that brings us off to you.
All right. I'm gonna need this guy here to make a, let's see, what is it? Wisdom save.
Okay.
I am gonna do choke on him.
Okay. We got all the concentration going.
Right, that's what I was saying before. So.
Oh man. That is a DC
Oh,
12.
that's a con save.
Con.
Save, yeah, DC 12.
Okay, not a problem. That
Flash,
is you.
Flash.
And that's con.
Mhm.
He does pass.
Fuck. All right. Well, let's see. I think it is half damage, so we'll do.
Go ahead, roll me your damage.
So
Respectable.
five damage.
Respectable. Not bad. And he goes and takes the 5 damage. You see him like stagger with trying to get the lock, open the cage open before he coughs a bit and goes back towards fiddling with the lock.
Damn.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No.
All right. So that will bring us over to our human friendo on the right. He's taking a look at all of you. He's trying to figure out what in the world is going on. He's going to go try to take aim at Gale, being the closest person to him.
Shit.
I was hoping he was just a bystander.
Yeah, that's fair.
So he pulls up a dagger from the side of his leg. He's going to try and throw it towards Gale. Does a 14 hit?
Let me check. Probably want to say yes, but let me check.
Yeah.
I am a bard and I have the highest armor class of all of us.
A 14 definitely hits.
Oof.
All right. So as he lets go of the dagger, it just flies the air, and out of the silence, you just hear a sudden whistle as it connects with your chest. It's going to deal
Ouch.
5 piercing damage.
Well, there goes my temporary hit points. I'll reply, you fucking carny.
Damn it.
He can't hear you. We are in his turn. Dragonborn Friendo is up next. He's going to try to dash around the side of the cages and just moving closer towards the action and end his turn. Jinprax, that brings us off to you.
Not loving this. Jimprax sees this guy fiddling with the cage,
Who's sitting right there.
and is thinking to himself, this dragon doesn't need to get involved in this fight. You know, it's an animal. It's just gonna get hurt, and it's probably not gonna fight for us, and he doesn't want to wrestle with that. So he is going to whisper horrible things into the guy fiddling with the lock's ears, saying, you know, if you unleash that thing, there's a good chance it's gonna take a bite out of you. Instead, maybe I would recommend getting the fuck out of here. And I'll cast Distant Whisperers on him.
Fantastic. A DC 14.
That was some garbage damage dice rolls.
I mean, we're looking more for like the utility at least,
ones.
right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I want him to run away.
Wisdom. He's staggering back from the coughing of trying to be choked from Sev. It might have muffled a bit of your words
Damn it!
as he just continues coughing, trying to fiddle back with the lock. We'll take, what is half of 7? 3?
3.
Yeah.
Wide. And I'll give Sev a bardic. It's
Okay.
vision.
Yes.
Fantastic. Is there anything else left to do?
That's it for me.
All right, then brings us off to Satine, who is once again going to try to go shank you with a dagger, being right up next to you.
Your name is Satine, you fucking nerd.
Of course. Of course. Y'all can see it.
We can.
Oh my god.
But where is... There we are. I have so many sheets open. This is ridiculous. There we go. Does a 22 hit.
Who are you talking to?
Jinbrax.
Don't matter. It hit. Oh, me? Yeah, that hits me.
Damn.
All right. For some reason, that didn't roll damage.
And I didn't get 10 hit points.
Oof,
There we go.
No.
That is going
It
to...
only affect 4 creatures, not 5.
So, knowing your ebb and flow being around you for the past few seconds, they zig when you zig this time, just connecting with like the side of your body, dealing 5 piercing damage.
Ow.
I am going to need a con save, please. Fantastic. You are all set to go.
Quiet area is still quiet. Not
Quiet.
very helpful, but it's still quiet.
Still quiet.
I was like so excited this whole last. Sorry, go ahead.
What time is it? In game.
In game, it's like 9 o'clock.
So the pie probably did wear off. Okay, just was curious.
Well, no, because it was like 2 o'clock when y'all had it. So
Okay.
Another hour, roughly hour.
Okay, good.
I'm just
Thanks.
mad that I didn't gobble mine down before we ran out here. I thought about it, but I wanted to save it for, like, I didn't think we were going to be getting into this.
You
but
win some, you lose some.
I still got it for later.
That is going to bring us back off to Chonky Dwarf Boy taking another swing towards poor Elmway. And he is going to swing and a miss. Just lands on the ground right next to Elmway as Elmway manages to dive and sidestep out of the way. He's going to end his turn there. Really, that brings us off to you.
I'm gonna use my turn to set the mood, I guess. I'm gonna go grab my drift globe out of my bag, cast daylight in, not daylight, light in purple.
Okay. Light and purple. And how far does that shine?
It shines 20 feet around with bright light, 20 feet beyond that with dim light.
Ah, that's much better.
Said 20 feet bright, 20 feet dim. Fantastic. That's that total. And there we go. Should be able to move that torch now.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, I think I'm good.
Fantastic. That will bring us off to our friend up at the cage. He's fumbling with his keys, trying to find the right one with everything going on. He's taking a look around, makes eye contact with Sev, flicks the last key in, turns it with a little bit of force, and the door opens. And with a quick shout, he yells for the dragon to come out.
This is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Gale, that brings us off to you.
Healing word won't work on Elmway, which is a shame. Did anyone else take damage from our party?
Jim Prax did.
Like, full damage?
Yeah, I have been hurt, but not significantly enough that you should heal me.
Okay. Just trying to... Healing word's my only bonus action, so I was just trying to think of using it, but it's fine. I will return fire at the carny that attacked me with Produce Flame.
Okay. Fantastic.
I'm assuming I'm outside of the Ring of Silence, right?
You are.
Yeah, you're good.
Spells. Spell!
And with an 11, unfortunately, you start to like...
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, you try to summon
Guys, this is
forth
bad.
and send forth the bursts and the spurt of flame from your hand. And as it starts to shoot out, you get like a slight breeze coming by that slightly moves it, and instead it just like ever so slightly whiffs past the performer.
Did some bitch wheel me? Or woe me?
Is there anything else I'd like to do?
Be disappointed and wait for my next round.
Noted. That brings us once again over to the mayor. You see him once again just struggling with the cage, just like grabbing the bars and shaking them, trying to get out. You hear absolutely nothing inside. You see a man as if he's like trying to pantomime, trying to get out. And this will bring us over to the our second chunky boy. So off to your left, you see a somewhat larger dwarf roll on in. I believe the drift globe wouldn't count as an occupied space. Would it count as an occupied space? It's a small item.
It follows you if you don't do anything. So
Yeah, I don't know if it would count
Guess
as
it just hovers.
Yeah. If anything, he's gonna like kick it behind him as he comes forth, having it like clank at the cage with the elephant. And he is gonna try to take a swing with some bare knuckles at Yusuf.
Oh boy.
yeah, it's only 6 inches in diameter, so probably not.
Yeah, okay, cool. Remember, it was kind of small.
Yeah.
Weighs 1 pound apparently.
But you still have bark skin on, don't you?
I do.
Yes, you do.
And with the 14, he's not able to hit you. He tries to like take a second to line up the swing, and with all of his force, unleash a punch. But you're able to just dip out of the way. Not a problem. And that is going to take us off to Rista. Rista is going to...
Come on back closer, bitch, I dare you.
Riza's taking a look around the area, trying to see what she could possibly do. And I believe I don't think she can do much of anything. She's gonna loose another bolt of light from her hand towards Elmway. Moving down a little bit, directly across. Stop being so slow. Oh my god. There must be like some sort of disruption between where the silence is, and it's just completely throwing off her entire sense of ability to aim, as it once again just trails wide off of Elmway. Sev, that brings us off to you.
All right, so there are 2 enemies that are within like 5 feet of me. I'm going to cast Magic Missile at level 2, and I'm gonna hit 2 darts at each of them. So
Okay.
these first 2 are at the big dude who just tried to punch me.
Okay.
And then these 2 are at the drow.
All right, so that's 4 for the big dude and 7 for the small dudette. Fantastic. Anything else you'd like to do?
Not much I can do right now.
All right. So, our human friend up on top of the right cannon is going to make his way down towards Elmley and try to go give him a little stab in the back with his last remaining dagger on him. All right, with an 18, that is most certainly going to connect. And as he just starts to approach rather slowly from behind the cannon, he just runs right behind Elmy and gives a little upward slash. And you can see Elmy like react and his head just bursts up and his body tenses up in pain, but you cannot hear anything come out from beyond the circle. All right, Elmy, starting to look like he's taken a bit of a beating. He's starting to pant and starts to look a little loose on his feet. And that'll take us off to the Dragonborn near y'all, who is going to move a couple steps over right in front of you, Sev.
Okay.
And he is going to breathe out a line of fire.
Of course.
Wait, hold up. Wait a second. Give me 1 second here. He's blue, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do blue dragonborn breathe fire?
I had this one specifically be a strange case with blue and fire, yeah.
Bitchin'. Okay. I don't know why I argued that, because I have resistance to fire damage.
Oh, well, you do, but I don't.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Just to be
Nice.
sure, it's a line and not a cone, right? He's not going to hit his ally and me in the attack.
Correct. This is going to be a straight line.
This bitch.
I believe I'm going to need a dex save.
Okay, okay,
I'm normally good at those. I should be.
okay, don't worry, I still got, well,
Oof.
shit, I don't even know if I want to bother with Bardic right now.
I don't think it's worth it. For reference, my breath weapon. Although my breath weapon is a DC 11, so I don't know.
Yeah,
And it just so happens that I use the same block. This is also a DC 11. So you're going to take the
Don't
full
use it.
brunt.
Yeah.
And this is going to set the flaps of the big top a little bit on fire right now.
Holy-
Just you get a little bit of
Alright.
that heat right behind you, right on your tailless ass.
all right, how many damage?
How many damage indeed?
How many damage?
Does it do
Bitch.
that automatically? It is going to be 7 fire damage, just
Alright.
unleashing this blue flame right towards
3
all of
for
you.
me, since I resisted.
Yes.
I did have temporary still, so I'm.
You
I'm
did.
alright.
Good.
I do have plenty of potions though from
Yeah.
the games earlier. So I'm still carrying those. but-
Fantastic. Yeah. You just hear the crackle of fire in the back of the throat just spurt out, and it just lights the entire path right over to the big top of flame.
Owie.
Okay.
Jinprax, that brings us up to you, and I believe
Yeah,
That's-
that's me.
is that going to call for another con save?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Easy.
Well, you're good.
I
You-
wasted that D20 because honestly, I'm gonna drop the spell here.
You.
Oh, no!
Okay.
No, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I thought this through. Okay, so
Alright.
Jimprax sees that Elby is having a really bad time.
Yeah.
And so first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna drop the silent so that people can healing word him. He instead is going to turn to the main sorceress and kind of chuckle to himself and say, "Man, I was expecting you to do a lot more. It's kind of pretty hysterical, is it not?" And cast Tasha's hideous laughter.
Beautiful.
Nice.
I thought I had that saved, but I'll just... She makes a wisdom save, I think?
Okay. What's the
That's
DC?
Yes. DC 14.
14.
Oh man.
No!
And with a 6 and a 5, she is
Oh,
not going to
thank
go
God.
save. and she just erupts
Yes.
in laughter.
So she can't do shit except for laugh.
Mm-hmm,
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to re-puff out my scales, giving our 4 people, re-upping their temp hit points. It doesn't increase past 5, but it can restore up to 5, and they get a bonus action to move without opportunity attacks. And I say to Sev, I'm like, you get out of here. Leave these bad boys to me.
Oh, think I have a trick up my sleeve. All right.
Yes, but let's not have you standing right in front of people getting beat up, yes?
Oh,
And also Elmy, so Elmy, Gale,
no,
why do I always...
They're over on the right side.
The trick I have up my sleeve does not involve me staying where I'm staying.
Okay, good. Yeah, so everybody but me gets 5 temp hit points if they didn't have them, and they get to use a reaction to move without taking opportunity attacks. So people can get the fuck out of here!
Okay.
Getting the fuck out of here.
I
Yay.
just need to decide where I'm going to go.
I am going to move up to Elmway, I think.
Okay. With that, I mean,
might die.
Elmley is going to try to target Rizda moving up.
Wait, why?
Oh god, why?
He's determined on this.
All
But
right.
if she takes damage, the wisdom save goes. Ah, fuck. Okay, whatever. I can't say this so.
Elmley doesn't do the magic stuff.
I'm gonna go here
I'm
for
just trying
now,
to
like
fucking
kind of
heal him with healing
behind
touch.
this cage. God damn it.
If you want, like, do you want to try to yell at him to get him to hang back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, let me patch you up.
Sure. He
Hey,
will.
Gil, I have a question. What square is the dragon in?
The top one, near the top.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
By the way, okay, so I have cover now.
I think I'll move right here.
Okay.
Hope you all appreciated
you're
Jim Price's noble sacrifice
you're
because
still on
he is now alone. He has the highest AC, so
You know what? It's don't worry, I got you.
All
Thanks,
right.
bud.
So, Gale, yeah, you can yell out to Elmy to stay back. He'll just look at, oh, yeah, okay. And just wait for you to catch up.
Very good.
Cheerio. Very good. Taliosa.
Crumpet.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Oh, God. So do you want to cast the healing touch?
Is it my turn?
They only get a bonus.
correct.
They only get the action to move.
Gotcha.
Not anything else.
Yeah, like
Gotcha.
Basically, I mean, I didn't want him moving because, like, I wanted him to stay put so I could at least cast Healing Word on him when it's my turn. But I mean, if he has a round coming up, then I guess he could do whatever the fuck he wants.
He could go behind you, but
True.
he doesn't seem the cowardly type. He can just not be in front of this fucking guy.
Yeah, no, he's all good to go. You'll move before he will. That does bring us off to the drow that's right beside you, Jimprax. And seeing as the party has just dispersed, you're the only target inside, the one that they've been focusing on the past few turns. They are going to try take another swipe at you.
Bitch, I'm beautiful.
It's okay.
Live fast and leave a pretty corpse.
You still got a
Oof.
hitter that's in hiding right now, so.
And with a 10, they can't connect at all. They just whiff. They start like they see some of the fire of the big top flaps, and their strike just kind of like grazes a bit of the flames as the wind picks up.
Looks absolutely beautiful against my gold scales.
Exquisite.
With the fire creeping out now. They are going to take a few steps back away from you. Would you like to...
Do they opportunity attack?
They do indeed.
Yeah.
Ah.
I guess I'll shoot from the hip.
Okay.
I miss.
Yeah, with the 9, that is not going to connect at all.
So for a quick shot at the hip and totally miss.
Just gets lost in the flames to your left.
Yeah, I imagine I just like shoot it at the ground because I'm trying to like really quickly take it out instead of my like, but keep my loot safe.
Absolutely. You're just holding the loot with one hand.
It's a disaster.
All right, that'll bring us back over to our heavyweight champion. Off to the right, besides Elmley, who's going to take his hammer once again, just do the only thing he knows how to do. Front smash.
Smash.
And with a 15, he is going to connect with Elmley once again, just down on the other shoulder this time. And Gale, now that you can finally hear in this little pocket of area, you just hear a crack from Elmley's left shoulder.
My God.
As Elmley takes 5 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that's okay. That just undoes the hit points I gave him.
Yes.
Still, like, I'm worried he took a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, that's why I shut off silence.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you just hear like his cry just erupt in the night. This will be Franz's turn. Rayleigh, that brings us off to you.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the dragon is located here and not located here.
That's
important.
It is it's not really in a square.
Yeah, for the purposes right now, it's not in a square, but we'll say he's up at the very top left.
Okay.
Okay, so if I cast Hail of Thorns on this guy, the dragon would kill him with Crossfire. And I'm not sure I want to do that right now.
Yeah.
So then let's just use a Force Arrow on the blue Dragonborn.
Okay.
Good call.
Go ahead, go give me a roll.
Also, if you use Hail of Thorns, you're gonna have to let go of Zephyr Strike anyway. So I say, yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
So definitely stick with the Force Arrow.
And
okay.
All right. So my question, I don't know how to. I don't know how to do this.
What?
With Zephyr Strike, the ability to have the to impose advantage.
Yeah, that is a thing.
Because I'm wondering if you need to announce it before you know the results of the roll or not.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because having both displayed would be like a very clear sign of like, should I, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
So just something to think about. But with the 15, you do connect with the Dragonborn.
Okay.
And that was what, the 9 plus 4 for the Force Arrow?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now you see the arrow just pierce the front chest of the Dragonborn as it just like takes a couple steps back and stumbles back, and like little spurts of blue flame comes out of his mouth. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think I'm good for now.
Fantastic. And that is going to bring us off to our buddy up at the very top, who is going to walk away from the cage.
Oh boy.
Commanding the dragon to get out and fly above.
Ooh, joy.
He's going to end his turn there. Gale, that brings us off to you.
Healing word, healing word, healing word, healing word. Or not healing word, healing touch.
Ah, come on. There we go.
Or cure wounds, whatever. Ah. Can I buy a vowel? So that's 12 healing.
Good. shit.
Fantastic. So,
All right.
Elmy,
You bet.
beautiful. There we go.
So I dramatically clasp his shoulder and mutter as quickly and druidic as possible to cure his wounds, to see it basically return back to shape rather than just be like a broken, disheveled shoulder.
Yeah, you see
Yeah.
like all the impact, like the leather is still it has like the bits of like the scratches and the moments of impact, but Elmy's back up to being spry and on his feet and moving around.
Good shit.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Chuck fireballs at everyone, but I can't, so I'll be content to not do anything.
Fantastic. That brings us off to the mayor, who you all can finally just hear in the middle of
Oh,
night.
boy.
Help! Please! Somebody! Help!
Oh.
As he's just shaking the cage all around, you can just hear like the rusty
Buddy,
bits
we
of the
are
metal.
trying.
We got our hands full.
Yes, but I'm trying to call for the guard. Help!
Oh. Guards. Right.
And that is going to take us off to the wormling,
Oh boy. Here we go.
who now begins to take to the sky.
I wonder if it will remember me. We'll see. Because I've now communicated with him twice. Well, 2 separate occasions, I should say.
It's going to fly almost 50 feet straight up and move about 10 feet off to the left, like hovering near its master, and it is going to end its turn there.
Okay.
This brings us off to our second chonky boy, a larger dwarf. Taking a look at the impact that his Dragonborn friend made, he's going to rush towards you, really. Does proc?
I don't get an. Do I? Because I already used my
Because
reaction.
you've used. We have not gone back to the turn yet.
No.
Okay,
I don't
then
think
yeah,
so.
he just moves past you with your reaction
Yeah, because
spell.
because the drow goes after me, so yeah.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right, so seeing your tango and you trying to fiddle with your crossbow, taking a wild pot shot at the drow, the dwarf makes his way straight on through towards Rayleigh to take
Don't
another
mind me. Just gonna go bother your friend.
take another swing. Does a 23 hit?
Ah.
My armor class is 14, so I think so.
Okay, yeah, he is gonna go.
I feel like you ask these questions like to mock us.
Of course he does.
I mean, one's like in the 20s. I mean, you know, but he's just gonna wind back,
Valid.
and as soon as he's in about your distance, he's gonna lunge forward with just an uppercut towards you, really, dealing 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. And at this point, I still have a 10 hit point, so.
Yeah.
Cool,
you
cool.
do.
Fantastic. He's gonna end his turn there. That brings us off to Rizda. Does she make the save at the end or start of the turn?
Let me check. And
On the end, fantastic. She can't do much of anything. She's gonna go try to save. Oh my god. And with a 9, Risa does not make the save, and she just continues laughing and laughing and laughing in the background.
I assumed that she was the big bad, so I'm hoping that my attempts to just limit her have been fruitful.
That brings us up to the start of the turn order. And what is this, the 3rd round?
I have it as at least
believe
the 4th.
This might be the 4th? Okay. Thought we were at the oops.
Yeah.
At the end of the 3rd. Sev, what do you plan on doing?
That's me. Oh god. My plan has been going back and forth and back and forth. Alright. I am going to just just move over here just so that I can poke around the corner and target the drow right here.
Okay.
I am targeting my kinfolk with level 1 magic missile.
Okay. Oh my gosh. It's wild. Was that 9, 13? No, 9, 12? 12. I can math.
And after doing that, I'm gonna move back where I was.
Fantastic.
Behind the cage here.
Yeah, absolutely. You produce the bits of missile, summon them
Just
forth,
pew, pew,
just
pew.
bop, bop,
Bye.
bop, all in the back as the drow is taking a
Yeah.
couple steps away from Jimbrax.
Yeah.
Really? Does Zephyr Strike concentration?
It is. It is.
I will need me a con save. I didn't add the marker. My apologies.
Oh yeah, good point. And
There's a lot of
I
concentration.
did eat that pie, and that's a +1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Con?
Yeah.
And it's Constitution, right? Or
Correct.
okay.
Beautiful.
Oh, you are all
Nat
good.
20.
Not
There you
even a
fucking go.
problem. You take the strike. You have your temp health left. You know, you could just roll with the force. Whoops. There we go. So that's going to bring us over to one of our human buddies who, seeing the interaction between Gale and Elmwe, shifts his gaze from Elmwe to Gale now. I'm going to go try to give you a little stab. I can get it open. Oh my god. There we go. Does a 9 hit?
Nope.
So coming off of the momentum he had with Elmi, he's going to try to flip the dagger in an ornate, fancy way, kind of like a butterfly knife, and try to swing it around towards you, Gale. Missing. It's going to end his turn there. And this brings us over to our blue dragonborn. He's going to lock eyes
I'm prettier.
with you, Jinprax. And he's going to go puff out his scales.
Oh boy.
Bitch, I puff out my scales!
And is locking eyes with you. He's going to go try to run in with a claw swipe.
Ooh.
Does a 12 hit?
No.
No. As you're fiddling around with your crossbow trying to put it back, you've got your loot outstretched in one hand, and you're just you see him coming towards you, claw stretched right out, and you just move your shoulder back, narrowly missing. And that brings us off to you, Jimbrax.
Okay, I'm gonna take, with my loot out, keeping my, crossbow at the hip, I, touch my fingers on the frets of the loot of Charismatic Mockery, and, I kind of give a smirk, and I say, using claw attacks? How undignified. You're why people don't trust Dragonborn around here.
God.
Fantastic. What are you looking and doing?
Blow.
Beautiful. DC 14.
Ooh.
Oh God, I've got so many sheets open.
And
with
obviously I'm using a charge.
With a 16, they do save.
Ooh.
Damn it!
Damn.
And I assume I have to say I'm using the charge before damage is rolled?
Yep.
Or, I mean, before I know the save?
Yep.
Fuck.
Mm.
Okay, well, there's a charge. That would have been a nice 7 damage. Jim Prax,
Ah.
why are you so smooth sometimes?
What's
and
up,
then
Key?
fail
I know,
at
I know.
upkeep? I'm gonna hold on to my last bardic just in case people need to have hit points and to move around again.
Sure thing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's me.
Yeah.
that's a good play.
All right, that brings us off to our drow friend off to the left. They just got pelted with a couple magic missiles back to
And
back
I
to
don't
back to
fucking
back.
know where it came from.
They know it was from behind them, and they're gonna go
Oh
try
my
to turn around.
Can I stealth at all? Just to try to stay hidden from them.
Not right now.
Damn. Alright.
And they're gonna try to make their way back. And they can slightly see you from behind the bars of the cage, making their way up towards you as they begin to take a swipe at you. You still have bark skin on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's going to be a oh my god. Roll 20 does not like me tonight. Jesus, that's going to be an 8 to hit. Does an 8 hit?
Nope.
It does not.
They're trying to
All
fumble their
right.
way back across the bar as elephant, and they see you and they try to lunge at you, but you just sidestep out.
So ungraceful for someone of my kinfolk, aren't you?
You can't see their face as it's covered by the mask, but you could swear you could just sense a scowl somewhere behind it.
Uh-huh.
And that brings us off to our first chunky friend off to the right, just winding that hammer back up, moving around to take a swing at Gale.
Shit. I drew healer aggro.
Does a 13 hit?
Yes, it does.
All right, so as
Bruh.
he swings up the hammer, whacking it down onto your shoulder, just like a diagonal slam downwards, deals 8 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
And that brings us off to Rayleigh.
Okay, so what I'm wondering is, can I move between the tiger and the mayor? Is that free space to walk? 'Cause it looks like it could be.
You will invoke an opportunity attack.
You will take
Well,
an
yeah,
attack of
yeah,
opportunity.
right.
Yeah, Zephyr Strike.
I have Zephyr Strike, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah. No.
Does it? Could you use it again for me, just so I can read the description?
It 100%. I looked at it earlier. Does not
Sure.
provoke opportunity.
I just want to read
Yeah.
it.
Let me see.
Where did it go?
Because I know there's some things that
You
did
wanna
like
just
once per round. Yeah, just
you wanna
cast it
just-
again, so I can read the description.
No.
Oh, which reminds me, Gale, I will need a con save from you as well for the bark
Oh,
skin.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, until the
Yeah,
spell
fantastic.
ends, it does. So you're good.
Thank you, Rayleigh.
Okay,
One
so
moment, please.
I want to move back.
I fail.
So
No!
1, 2.
All right, and as Gale was hit from the slam and the reverb of the hammer, Sev, your bark skin begins to just wear off, and the cracks of where the skin just harden up would be begin to fade back to your normal ashen skin.
Okay.
All right. So what do you want? What are you trying to do, really?
I moved back past the cages 10 feet, and then I moved to the right 20 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to take aim at the sorceress again.
Hi.
Sure.
And
Okay.
I do want to use my
Advantage.
advantage this time.
Sure.
Good shit.
So let's just go ahead and use another one of the force arrows since I have them.
Sure thing.
Fuck her up.
What are the
Damn.
odds? It's a
Alright.
13.
What is it with like everybody rolling like the same number on
Hey.
both
Yeah,
like
Hey.
it's a
happens several
13, but
times.
I choose the other 13 for the advantage.
I'm
Like,
getting like 8 and 9s over here, just so y'all are aware.
Stoic just had 5 and 5, and I had 15 and 15 earlier. Like, it's just a trend. Like, we got to roll the same number twice in a row for some reason.
All right, so we've got with a 13, you just barely are able to connect as she's like bobbing back and forth with laughter, sometimes like hands just on the knees. You're able to just line up the shot, let the arrow fly. And she is going to make another save. This time with advantage. Woo.
She gets advantage.
Jesus Christ.
Still failed.
Man, oh man, oh man. Okay. All right. She does not succeed. She just takes the arrow right in, and so is on her knees, laughing hysterically.
LOL!
Okay.
Just completely locked down.
Now, it did say that before a spell ends, you give yourself an advantage on one attack. That attack deals extra, whether you hit or miss, that your walking speed increases.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm going to go ahead and just move myself 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here. So if she tries to move, I can provoke an opportunity attack.
Oh, good.
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think I'm good for now.
All right. Oh wait, did I pass? No. Okay. No. We're good to go. Our human friendo up towards the top next to his dragon begins speaking in Draconic,
Oh boy.
shouting upwards.
Bitch, I can understand that!
You can.
Yes.
You can
Ooh.
indeed.
I speak Draconic. What's
And
he
he-
say?
he
What's he say?
He motions over to where Gale and Elmley and Rayleigh are. And that is the end of his turn.
What does he say though?
Probably attack.
Jinprex,
Yay.
you would know that he is commanding the dragon to fly by and use his breath weapon on Gale and Elmley. Not trying to make this a secret at all.
Okay, as a free action, can I relay this information?
Yeah, sure, if you want to try, like, speak out.
Warn them.
The
yes.
dragon's gonna toast you! Get out of there!
Good call, because it's my turn. I am going to disengage. And can
yes,
I move like out of the tent and like here?
You would have to go through the very start of the not the very start, the like flaps. Everything else, like the area around you, is completely solid. So it'd be right
Where
where
are the
Jinprex.
flaps?
The two spaces here and right where Jinprex is.
Okay. Well. This is not a safe place. So my options are barbecue by dragon, get tag teamed by a dwarf, and A
Not really
rogue.
getting tag teamed by the Dragonborn and the Rogue. It's not that bad.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. Context.
Oh no.
I'm starting to think maybe we should
had to
just
say
run,
it.
because like this
Someone
has
had
a
to say it.
boyfriend that has broken up with him, but he doesn't recognize that fact.
God damn it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to disengage, and let me just calculate how many spots I can move.
You move to like the other side of Gymprax, I think.
Hang out with you.
Yeah, that's literally as far as I can go.
Yeah.
Unless I want to like chill over here by the dragon.
I'll
but,
protect
like,
you.
Remember, dragon is 50 feet up in the air.
Yeah. I'd say hanging out with Gymprax is a good idea.
Okay.
Hanging out with the dragon might not be a bad idea either, because it's not going to toast its owner.
Ooh, you're right.
I think I'll just move here then.
Come hang out with your good bud.
Hey.
Hey.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
What up? You could healing word me. No.
I'll...
Now that you're next to me, I'm fine. Don't heal me. I'm fine.
Okay. I'll save it for when it counts, because I'm gonna run low on spells soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call.
But then you could wild shape.
Fantastic.
Question, if I wild shape and go to 0 HP in that form, do I just revert back to human like nothing happened?
Pretty sure.
That is a good call.
Pretty sure it's like polymorph in that sense.
Yep.
Okay, in that case, I might go Spider Gale soon.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Still haven't used any of those charges yet today, so.
That'll take us off to the mayor, who is still just banging and rattling away
Mayor, why are you even in the turn order?
to be an
Yeah, like,
annoyance.
seriously.
Can't do anything.
All he's doing, he's just like rattling on the walls. He's trying to find like any like bit to just make more noise, and you can hear him just shouting, "Oh, why did I send the guard away? They need to be here."
Idiot.
Perfectly fine job, bud. We've got you.
And that brings us off to our dragon friendo's turn.
I push on my free action. I told him to run away.
Free action, the drift globe moves 5 feet to be within 60 feet of me.
Thank you. I've not been keeping track of that.
I think we've all kind of forgotten about it in the
There we go.
all this.
The one thing I remember is that if it can't move, it just like deactivates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing that's keeping it from moving, so.
All
Yeah,
right.
I already moved it. It's good.
So it is. Oh, what is it gonna do? Seeing
Gonna
that,
fly away and be free.
seeing that where it had targets before, there isn't the same number of targets. It's going to swoop around towards one of our dwarf friends. And it's just gonna hover right in place near the tent.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Which brings us off to one of our chunky dwarf friends.
Starting to think maybe we should extract the mayor and get the hell out of here.
He's gonna move towards Jinprax once again
We're doing fine.
and try to just give you the old 1-2.
Give him the whole 1-2.
The old 1-2. Start off with the jab, get the uppercut in.
Punch, punch.
Does a 24, a natural 24 hit?
Yeah. Repeat.
A nat 20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That hits me twice, bud.
Good.
Fred.
He's gonna do a total of 3 bludgeoning damage as he just comes at you with this terrific force, and he hits
Wait.
you for 3 damage.
What just happened? Did he roll like
He rolled a
minimum
1.
damage?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. I'm not looking great, but I'm still up.
A nat 20 and a nat 1 simultaneously. That's great.
Yeah, I'll take it.
That's something.
That's just the way the dice roll sometimes.
Yeah.
Nobody's nerfed.
This is going to bring us back over to Riza off on the right-hand side. She's just
All right,
off
keep
away
laughing, bitch.
cackling and cackling and cackling. I have not been keeping track of how many turns it's been. This is the third turn for her, right?
Yeah.
This is turn 3,
There.
Yeah, but I had silence up for a bit. That also reminds me I need to roll a con save.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why did I do that? Why did I speak up?
It reminds me of that one meme that's been going around. It's like, I reminded the DM when the NPC needed to take an attack of opportunity. I did my part.
Teacher, you forgot to check the homework.
It's
Were
not
we
looking
supposed to
good.
have a surprise test today?
Oh god.
With a 7, unfortunately, your concentration ends right as Riza's turn begins to pick up.
I stopped her for a long while.
You did.
A long while indeed.
Is she mad at me?
She looks rather confused and starts to take a look around her surroundings, looking like down at her hands, and
Like,
just
what
shouts
the
up,
fuck was so funny?
shouts up to the clouds above you, Zeidler? And she is going to Misty Step off
Oof.
to the left 30 feet.
Does that provoke opportunity, or does it like?
It
ignore
does not. Just like you
Yeah,
see
I
a
kinda think it's just a
puff
magical poof.
around her as she just teleports 30 feet off to the left.
Okay.
Yeah,
To the
Misty's
left.
just a-
So is she coming more into the fray?
Yeah.
Right towards the
Hi.
middle of the of where most of everyone is situated. I just had her sheet up. From there, yeah, she's just gonna cast another one of her like smaller bursts of energy from her hand out towards Elmley.
God, poor Emily. She just really has it out for
We
him.
might die.
I will say,
God damn. Sorry.
I have a last resort up my sleeve that I haven't used yet.
I'm not done. I could keep going.
Y'all,
too.
if you die with me rolling straight like 7s and 8s and 10s, I'm
Yeah.
gonna be
Yeah.
surprised. With a 10, she does not connect with Emily. Once again, just missing her bolt of energy. This is wild. Wild. She's gonna end her turn there. Sev, that brings us off to you.
All right. So, I see my drow friend right
Mhm.
here.
Mm-hmm.
And they are going to get a chill touch from me.
That
Only 2 damage, but something.
does that count as a ranged spell attack? And would that count with the being within 5 feet of you for disadvantage? I don't remember what we ruled last
think it
time.
would. I don't remember us talking about that.
Yeah, it does say it's a ranged spell attack.
So I
Yeah, I don't know that we've
believe-
ever.
For being a ranged spell attack, I believe that would still fall under like ranged rules to have
Does
the
it?
disadvantage at 5 feet.
Oh, that's stupid. All right. All right. Well, that's all right.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I'll
That's
let
all right.
I'll let you choose another option because we weren't
That's
clear on that.
Right.
I don't
Okay.
want to penalize you for like knowing something that would be obvious.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make me a wisdom save.
For Toll the Dead. You know, for the longest time, I thought it was Toll of the Dead, not Toll the Dead.
Yeah. Fair.
All right, that's our drow friend. Fantastic.
Toll of the Dead makes more sense. I mean,
Doesn't
this
it?
just sounds like you have like a toll bridge up and like a river Styx and just collecting payments.
That's what I'm saying. They, despite your snap, and you can hear a little bell off in the distance, they do not share the same reaction, and they pass their save.
Damn it.
Which, I mean, if you're a necromancer, that would be a pretty good business strategy, frankly.
True. I brought you back, now pay me. I've got a bone to pick with you, Necro.
Lol. Bone.
Alright, so is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nope.
Alright.
Chill out here.
Do I have... No. Okay. Good old Barty, our human friend right above Elmy, seeing that Gale has moved out, he's going to go ahead and try to slash for Elmy once again. Are you kidding me?
Oh god.
I have
That's
this.
either a good or a bad sign.
This is the duality of man. On the one hand, I have a 1. On the other hand, I have a 20. With a natural 1, our friend most
Yes!
certainly does not connect with Elmy.
Roll for critical fail.
Yep.
Thank you
Getting that
guys
pulled
for
up.
being in that order.
I tell you, like, I'm glad for you guys. Not gonna lie, but like, I'm having the worst
I
time.
feel like this combat could and should kill us, so let's see.
Yeah. Like, we have yet to actually get anybody down. So
And we haven't been focusing on everyone because I've been playing medic for everyone and getting like my ass handed to me.
Believe you me,
Yeah.
I've been trying. And with a 2, his weapon breaks as he tries to slash down towards
Fantastic.
Elmy. He gets caught in like some of the bits of metal that connect the leather together, and like within like just tucked inside like bits of the cloth. As he tries to pull out, the blade just falls off the end of the dagger,
whoops.
and he's just left with the hilt.
Sucks to suck.
And just throws it down to the ground. And that is going to end his turn.
Punch time.
That is going to bring us off to our Dragonborn friend, who's going to take yet another slash at you, Jimbrax.
Bitch!
Come on.
Oh, you can take off my
The concentration.
Concentration.
concentration, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, roll a 7.
That's exactly what it was. It was a 7.
Ah!
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, can you keep saying, like, what my turn's up next? Can you tell me like what I should roll so that
Okay, I will keep trying this. I will do my best. See if like I can real life cast spells on Dale's dice.
You've taken on the tabaxi luck points in your soul.
This is crazy.
Yes.
Jimbrax, that brings us off to you as the Dragonborn just like tries to move in with a swipe. Doesn't even get close and starts to back off.
Bud, Jiprex is gonna laugh a little bit. He's trying to keep it light, trying to keep it light, keep it tight. And is going to do another weird kind of like melodic pattern-y strumming, kind of trying to get it to like just so repetitive and so like uncomfortable, and cast dissonant whispers, whispering again in the Dragonborn's ear, instead of mockingly, almost like cruelly, saying,
either on the left or the right side.
"We all know
Get them.
which of us is actually the talented one here. You're a mockery, you're a shame to Dragonborn in this region. Why don't you scuttle off,
Like,
friend?"
down.
Jeez.
Okay, roll a 3. Save.
Fantastic. And that's a 14
3.
save for Distant
Roll a
Whispers.
3.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
someone-
Let's see.
3.
That was on our
3.
Dragonborn friends.
3.
That's Wisdom?
Yes.
Yeah, wisdom.
3.
Manifest it.
Will it?
I'm fucking bewildered.
Is it a 3?
Is it really?
Sev, get your fucking inspiration. Like this is uncanny.
Hope!
Like I seriously I don't know how to show it, but like it is a 3, and then the last one was a 7. Like this is fucking wild.
Hope you're amazing.
Is that like
am
max
so
damage for
honored.
you?
Topaz.
Oh my god. Okay. So it hears the whispers, it hears everything. You're just throwing right into its mouth. Are you speaking Draconic for this? You want to
Oh,
like
hell
make it
yeah.
personal?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
This is in Draconic.
So you just hear like this little bit of like of a whine that's like very reminiscent of like a younger dragonborn in like fear, as it begins to just grab its head and just run away from you.
It probably, like, I imagine that I say it also in kind of like higher class.
Opportunity attack?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why I did.
Yes.
From both of you.
Both of you.
I imagine that I speak in like almost higher class Draconic. I don't know if that's a thing, but like because I like
Your nobility and everything.
nobility, yeah. Alright. Shooting from the hip.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stick!
Okay. Good shit.
All right, with a 16 and a 16. What is with you guys tonight? Holy cow!
Yeah,
Yeah.
Actually, a pretty good roll for my stick.
Right.
As you all are, as
Like,
you
Gale
all,
is just so over the shit and just like thwacks this guy over the head.
Yeah, exactly, just running in the back, you just thwack him, shoot him, not a problem in the slightest. And you hear like a couple more like winces of pain, just screaming, running between the cages, out beyond the cannon.
Damn, this guy's got some HP.
Yeah.
He thick.
Oh,
Yeah.
20 damage in one turn.
He is
Right.
not. Oh, yeah, you right. I didn't count in for the -4. As he begins to turn around, he just falls. Like
Yes.
he begins to make his way like through the cages, and then your crossbow just hits him square in the back, and he slumps down with like one hand on the tiger cage, one hand on the mayor cage.
Mayor cage.
And you just see the mayor just like look at him back like on the cage door, just scream in terror as a fallen dragonborn slumps down on the side of his cage.
Jimprax was a little bad.
You're right,
as
hanging
a-
out with Jim Prax was a good idea.
As a free action, I would like to say in Draconic, shouting to the wormling up in the air, saying, I want to say, "You're free now. Do not bother with the conflicts of men. You are bigger than this. Get out of here. There's no need for you to toil with our pathetic whims."
Can you roll me a
Roll
persuasion?
persuasion. All right. 17.
Nat 20.
Cool.
Oh, that's
No.
good enough. We
Fucking,
balanced it out.
fucking,
I've
my god. With a 19, you shout your voice up to the skies where the dragon is hovering. Like you look upwards after like with the crossbow still in hand, looking directly up at the dragon. And the wormling just gives you a little like shake of its neck inquisitively, looking at you half cocked. And the wings begin to flap a little bit slower and slower and slower.
No, don't do that. You'll stop hovering midair.
All right, and that will bring us off to our drow friend right next to you, Sev.
Oh boy. All right. What are they gonna do?
They are not feeling so hot. From your last magic missile, from your last attacks, they have been feeling pretty down. They're just like slumping over on the side of the cage. Where is... There we go. In this area, they are going to cast Darkness.
Oh, okay.
Against a drow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Filling the 15-foot radius in complete magical darkness.
Okay, I guess their dark vision doesn't work against that.
Yeah.
It does not.
Yeah, magical darkness is a little different.
So I'm going to go ahead.
I do have something up my sleeve for that.
There we go. I don't know if y'all can see that, so... There we go. Should pop up now.
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah.
So the rest of you just see like a good portion of the cage with the elephant just dissipating, just complete
Yeah.
darkness. You see like
Does
a little
the
bit...
elephant freak out?
Yeah, the elephant's like... what's the name for an elephant noise? It just starts blowing around. Yeah. I don't know.
Poor elephant.
What sound does an elephant make? The...
Trumpet sound, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that what all you call it? I feel like there's something... Like, what sound does a giraffe make?
Trumpeting is the sound.
I don't know.
What does the elephant say?
No, we're not doing this. This is not a can of worms I wanted.
The best song ever written.
And with that, they
Full
finish
party wipe.
their turn.
They're ending their turn there.
Yes.
Okay.
Try and draw a circle to match the radius of the...
Right.
Yeah. Our other friend up next is making his way back towards Elmi, just giving it another swipe.
Like, they are just trying to murder him.
Six.
He hasn't done anything.
I know.
Actually, wait, has Elmi not had a turn? Wait, what happened? Wait, where has Elmi been in my turn order? Wait.
Oh my
What?
god.
He
What
hasn't done
happens?
a damn thing.
What happens?
He hasn't been feeling it.
Okay,
He's been very confused.
What
Yeah, he
happens?
did
Maybe Elmley was just suicidal up until now.
Oh god.
It's like he's been
Oh my
dodging
God.
attacks all this time, and
Oh my
like they've been
God.
shitty rolls.
Like I'm pretty
Oh
sure
my
he like, had a
God.
couple attacks in the beginning, but that's it.
What?
He's been through a lot.
What happened
He's
to
been
him?
long dead.
He's been having a hell of an evening.
I had him logged down to my
He's been-
notes here, but not on the... Oh my god.
Yeah, he's been
Oh,
taking a
babe.
lot of hits, and I've healed him, but like I feel like he hasn't done a
Yeah,
thing
no,
except maybe
he's
move
not.
like once.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he did move one.
Well, he's been a
That's
great...
okay.
He's been a great damage sponge so far, so...
Yeah, he's been a punching guy.
So he's just been holding like the ready action. Like, is he gonna like charge a spirit bomb or something now? Like,
Is he gonna cast Zeta Flare?
I guess we'll find
is
out.
he secretly Goku?
Oh,
Oh
Elmley's
my
hair
God.
turns gold.
Oh my god, I love it. Franz is gonna go take another crackdown on Elmi with his dodge action, apparently. That is the wrong person. There you are.
Yeah, I guess retroactively you could say that he's been taking the dodge action this whole time.
yeah.
With
To not much success.
yet another
Yeah.
8, my favorite number of the night. The dwarf misses his slam down with his hammer. And he is going to try to move away. To which Elmley will finally have a goddamn attack.
Yeah.
Good lord,
Come on,
I
nat
feel
20.
I feel so bad for my boy.
Yeah,
Nat
this
20. He deserves it
feels-
after all this time. Nat
Yeah.
20. Please.
He's got his
Lovely,
dagger
we believe in
out,
you.
just all up and at the ready. And with a 24!
Is that a nat 20?
No,
Shank.
no, it's not a nat 20. It is
Damn
a
it.
19.
Ah!
Close.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a 19.
It wanted to be a nat 20.
He just drives with just so much force into the body. Just drives the dagger right up into the back, catching the dwarf as he begins to move away,
Murder?
dealing a grand total
Of
of 11 piercing damage.
Murder.
Not
Okay.
bad.
Murder.
Not quite murder levels,
Yeah,
Right.
but you hear just this grunt, this burly oof, as the dwarf begins to approach Rayleigh.
Mm.
And he's going to end his turn there. Rayleigh, that brings us off to you.
Yeah, so I see two options currently. A, I have the ability to dispel magic darkness from my current location.
Okay.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, it involves using the
Convenient.
second drift globe for
Okay.
daylight.
That's, that'd be
so-
awesome.
I still
So
think
I
maybe you
think-
should use your murder bow, but that's just me.
Keep
Yeah, I
in
mean,
mind
that is-
that daylight will impose some sort of restriction for Sev, just so you're aware.
Okay. Yeah, and you are right. So maybe it is better
Yeah.
just use the bow.
That's fine. You
Uh,
know what? Like I said, I have a trick up my sleeve for this.
She
Do you
also
still
seems
have-
to be fleeing.
Do
Not
you still
Seb,
have Zephyr Strike up?
I do.
Okay, so you're good.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna move over here.
Is this the last turn?
It thought it lasted for 10 turns, in which case,
Is it 10?
yeah, I have
Okay.
like 5 more, I think.
I keep
Uh,
thinking that's half the time. Might be.
How long is a minute?
That's
Minute
10 rounds.
is
10 rounds.
Yeah, each round is like, what, 8 seconds?
6.
6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna target the sorceress whose name I keep forgetting.
Barista.
Like Risa, I was gonna say Melissa or something. I don't know.
Melissa!
Melisandre.
Oh God.
And I do feel like there's some kind of poetry to using the 4 zeros I won at the circus on the people from the circus. But yeah, I missed this one, it looks like.
Yeah, with the 9, you try to take your aim going out. You hear the cry of the dwarf behind you. And you still have Zephyr Strike up. Okay. But unfortunately, you're not able to connect with the sorceress.
Okay, I still have 1 4 zero left. So,
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I mean, I'm over here near Elmley now, so at least if somebody tries to pass, we have 2 people who can
Yeah.
opportunity attack potentially.
Absolutely.
That's pretty much it.
Our human friend up to the very top of the field is going to shout over to the dragon once again. Jimprax, so you can understand one word. Blast. And he ends his turn. Gale, that brings us off to you.
Okay, has Chunky Boy in front of Jinprax taken any damage?
He's taken a slight bit of damage. He's not looking at his fullest.
Okay, and I think Sorceress Lady has probably taken a little bit, but probably not enough to write home about.
Right.
Slight damage,
I did
mhm.
hit her in the beginning with chill touch, so yes.
Yeah, we haven't focused on a goddamn target. We've just been, like, running
No,
around. Like,
I
yeah, this
know.
is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, we killed the Dragonborn.
Yeah, we did. But
Thanks, Jinprax.
I kind of feel that because Elmwe has been ignored, we probably haven't been doing as much.
Oh,
Maybe. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
it's okay. I'll make sure to annoy the shit out of Dale when we end. I'll do extra. butt
Okay,
punches.
look, I'm playing 10 different characters here. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying to
You're doing
decide
great.
if
Still
I want
gonna
to
grab his butt though.
if I want to freeze frostbite the guy in front of me, or if I want to produce flame, sorceress bitch.
Your call.
Or actually, you know what? I think I'll just produce flame, the big target. Why not? We need to get some hits in.
Sure. So who are you going for?
Yeah.
This.
Sorceress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, give it to me.
Back her up. Okay, there we go.
Fantastic.
One
Too bad the
damage.
That is a
not
lame one
great.
damage.
So
Oof.
you produce flame and you manage to finagle between the the flaps of the big top that are still just on fire. You send it past Jinprax and the big chunky dwarf boy right into Rizda. Rizda, however, if I remember right, let me double check.
Oh god, she resists fire, doesn't she?
She is going to use her reaction to cast Absorb Elements.
Damn.
Oh, you bitch.
Damn it.
You know what? It's okay. I'd rather her waste that to take 1 damage.
Yeah.
No.
True.
So
You just see
she's
like this little
wasting-
sheen cover her entire body, and as the bit of flame makes contact, it just like shines, has like a glint of red before it disperses.
Well, that's poopy.
Well, she
Jinprax, how are you
wasted a
looking?
skill slot.
Yeah, that's true. Jinprax, how are you looking?
So, question: does she
I'm
know
a
that he
little
rolled a
hurt.
1?
I'm sorry?
Does she know that he rolled a 1?
Probably not.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
No.
I'm gonna level with
She
him,
don't-
Gale. I don't feel
She
good.
was-
Okay, healing word coming up.
Sick.
Yay, I'm healing.
Where's that one?
Yeah,
Shush.
heal.
Healing
Mac.
word.
Mac,
Don't,
Mac,
don't,
Mac,
don't
Mac.
TPK us.
Healing word.
Look, I've had like 1s and 5s, and hey, look, a 5.
Yay!
All right.
That was a 1. 1d4 plus 4. But
Yeah.
you know what? I'll take it. That's life. Thank you.
See, Dale's getting his revenge now.
Yeah.
Less impressive to spawn a 1 into being out of a 1d4.
I guess that's true. It's 25 odds.
Well, that was
Is-
2 ones that I rolled, so maybe I'll luck out and get a big one next round.
Yeah, get that nice
Yeah.
nat 20 next round. Is there anything else you'd like to do this turn?
No, I actually utilized a full turn. I'm happy now.
Fantastic. That brings us once again off to the mayor, who's just rattling and shouting, and he's beginning to just like rifle through the Dragonborn's pockets, now just slumped between the cages. He's
Oh
just
my God.
desperately...
Actually, like,
Where
what
are
a piece of
the
shit.
What would we do without him?
He's just desperately looking for anything.
A key, baby. We
And- Yeah, he begins to pull out a couple pieces of metal, and he ends his turn there. The wormling is up next.
What are they gonna do?
And they're gonna fly
Away.
a bit away near their master once again, as they breathe down a blast of frost
Bro!
in a
Ah.
15-foot cone.
Oh my god. Beautiful.
I'm glad I healed you.
So that is going to be a... Oops, not the Dragonborn.
Oh, it's breathing the cone on you or you two? I thought it was breathing it on the master.
Nope,
Okay.
nope.
No.
It's
I was
on
just-
Jinprax
Okay.
and Gale.
Ah shit. Nah. I was hoping that maybe like Jimprax like got through to him and he was rebelling against the master.
I need me a con save.
Constitution save.
Just to be sure, he didn't catch a buddy in it, right? Like
That's a bad save.
Scale and was squaring.
How much
Correct.
damage?
That is a question indeed.
Oh God. One.
That is going to be for the Dargon.
One.
I'm so scared.
One. Give me a 1.
A wave of frost just unfurls out from the dragon's breath as it's just
And it's a 1.
right above you, swooping down to land on the ground, catching Gale and Jinprax in the center of its blast as it begins to put out the fire of the big top as well. Shards just impact your body, and you feel the sudden chilling sensation as you take 10 cold damage.
Wait, that's
That's so not
back on
good.
the tank.
That is bad.
I'm at single digits now.
Same.
Wow. One turn.
Just
Yeah.
so you guys know, I have potions.
I have one potion.
Find me. If you can find me, I have potions. Good luck with that.
Come find me.
I'm over here.
Isn't that
Okay,
from I think of Howl's Moving Castle, the Come Find Me.
Come find me in the future.
Oh my god, what a good movie.
It's so good.
And that takes us back up to the top of the turn order.
Yeah.
Our chunky friend sees a blast and a wave of ice cover both Gale and Jinprax. And he's going to try to move around towards Gale to try to take out the healer man.
Any chance he slips on the ice?
Or take an opportunity attack.
No.
Wouldn't take an
He's still in the
opportunity
same
attack because he's
square.
not going out of
Yeah.
range.
He's still, in range of me.
Okay, well, it's been nice knowing you. At least don't leave an exquisite corpse.
07.
Oof.
Let's see here. That is our dwarf.
I was really hoping for that tripping. That
Yeah.
would have been nice.
Ooh,
Okay.
does a 17 hit.
You bet it does.
Gil,
Okay.
no!
Fantastic. And as you...
one.
No, it's even funnier because, like, the damage is already rolled. So, like, there's no point in shouting 1.
Just
But
say
as-
the damn
as-
damage, Dale.
As he takes a swing back at you, he connects with, like, your jaw and reels back his fist from some of the cold that just still lingers on your body as you take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, thank Christ.
Okay.
He did not roll high. This is the
Healer
curse.
Man, it might be Spider-Man time.
Oh boy. Yeah.
It's probably
Yeah.
gonna be like healing word at like 2nd level time.
Yeah.
All right. That brings us off to Rista. Rista looks at the two of you, Gale, Jinprax, and turns her back, shifting her gaze over to first the mayor, as he begins to as he's like rifling through the pockets of the Dragonborn, and as she makes eye contact with him, she sees that he's holding up what looks to be a key. She then focuses her attention off to Rayleigh and Elmway.
What is she opening with the key again?
She
The
sees that the
tiger?
mayor has found a key.
Oh, the mayor found a key. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And with her action, she's just gonna touch the gem of her circlet, snap her fingers, and a darkness begins to spread through the surrounding area.
Oh boy.
They're trying to make a run for it. I think.
Could be.
Us drow in our darkness.
I was thinking she was gonna make a move to try and kill the mayor and My
I
thought
thought
process
that's what
was
she was gonna do too.
that would have simplified things. Everybody already thinks he's dead.
It's true.
Should be right there. I believe that'd be bop bop. No, it's a little slightly too big. God, I wish I had a better system for doing
God.
this. I think bop, 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 bop. Yeah. Okay. Sev, that brings us off to you.
All right, time for fairy fire. Right, within my little circle of darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So, any creature that's in here, I'm assuming I'm just going to cast this where I knew the drow was right there.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody who is in this, basically, if there's a creature that is still in the circle of darkness, it's the same radius. Or wait, no, 20-foot cube. Okay.
20-foot cube, yep.
Cube. Okay. So I will. I mean, I guess just the same, but it's gonna be a square instead of a circle. So just cutting out like the
Well, I mean,
grounded edges.
It's gonna be like half the size. So do you want to focus on the center?
Yes, focusing on the center. So if the drow is still in there, gotta make me a dex save.
Absolutely.
And all the objects that are in here should be radiating dim light, so I can see again.
And they do not pass at all.
Ah. Hi.
I'll say for the purposes, the darkness is still up, but it's down.
I can see through it because like the objects around. Well, you could play hide and seek.
And you can see that they've moved a little bit past the cage.
Should know that I know those tricks too.
All right, is there anything else you'd like to do?
Can't do anything. Meanwhile, like all of you guys getting bonus actions, and I'm sitting here
that's
like
a bit
that.
too big.
You guys
Oops.
are getting bonus actions.
What's a bonus action?
I don't get bonus actions for now. All right.
Okay. So, with this, our human friend is up next, and he's currently lost inside the darkness, and he's just like trying to fumble his way around and search what's going on.
Yeah.
You hear him just cry out, hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
Oh.
And he begins to stumble his way outside the darkness. Oh, I can't reach him.
Wait.
There we go. What's up?
Oh, wrong human. Sorry.
Yep, human friend off to the right.
I was thinking it was the mayor.
No. Mayor's still inside the cage.
That makes a lot more sense.
And with that, he is going to try to attack Elmy once again. Let's see if he has any luck this time.
7, 7, 7, 7.
Oh, we got double that. We got a 14. No, the 14 just like rolling out of the darkness. He begins to just try to stab straight for Elmy once again, connecting with like the backside of his shoulder, dealing some 6 piercing damage.
Ouchie.
Really likes that shoulder.
Really does. That's what he's like. He's trying to go for like the same arm that he's like attacking for with Elmy's back. Just it's what's closest to him.
Oof.
All right, he will pass his turn, and with that, we see a new face enter the fray.
Oh,
Oh.
boy.
What fresh hell is this?
In a
Please
Is
be
it the
on our
guard
side.
The mayor was asking for like forever.
Yeah, Christ, please.
Yeah, please. Would it be the guards?
It's not. It's gonna be an enemy.
in a familiar outfit that you've seen before, running out from beyond the right side of the big top, you see a dwarf in very glittery, sparkling attire, top hat on, the coat and jacket, running forward.
Will
He
he sign my
sees-
quiver?
Will he sign my quiver? Do you have something that you want him to sign it with?
Uh,
I feel like now is not the time for autographs.
yeah,
for
you're
me.
probably right. Let's see. I think I have an ink pen. I don't know if I have anything better
God.
than that.
Oh my gosh. No, he's gonna run up and he is going to take out a gem from his pocket, stroke it, and cast Eldritch Blast over at Really.
Ooh. We gotta. Oh, at really.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought he was joining our set. I mixed him up. Okay. Ooh, okay.
I don't know what the spell is, but it doesn't sound good.
It's a warlock
the-
cantrip.
It's the like
It's the bread and
Toll
butter
the
of the warlock.
Dead.
Warlock.
Yeah.
We
And
have
it's
a
pretty
warlock
powerful
one.
for what it is.
And
the
with
fuck.
a 9, our dwarf
Do I
friend.
need to roll a save of some kind
Nope,
of thing?
nope. It's an
No.
attack roll. He
It
does not
doesn't
connect with you, really. He's
Yeah.
just like huffing and puffing, trying to catch his breath as he's trying to catch up with you. Unleashes a blast from his palm and just goes wide off into the darkness. And he's going to end his turn there. Jinprax, that brings us off to you.
They're definitely trying to get out of here. Do we try to stop this or let them take the retreat so we live another day?
We still have to fight for now. We're not out of danger.
My next plan is to cast daylight, honestly.
Well, right.
Yeah, I mean, if you... That's the thing, though, is that, you will get the other 2 drow that are here. I can be out of commission for just a moment.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
me-
if we're trying to keep them there, then I guess we're trying to keep them here. And
I
Jim
mean, the one good thing is currently daylight only reaches 60 feet, and you are 65 feet away.
That
Fair
is
enough.
true.
Oh shit!
Fair
Alright,
enough.
Do it.
Okay. Jim Prax is nervous about the drow. He thinks they're trying to like teleport out of here. Especially like using the guise of darkness as a good excuse. So he's going to cast silence again.
Okay.
Okay. Not a bad call.
If there's any verbal components that are needed to teleport, not happen. So he'll cast silence. And
Sure
now
thing.
I'm out of level 2 spell slots.
And that's just at a point that you can see, right?
Oh shit.
So where would you
Um,
see inside the darkness? If that's like the general area of Anna.
A
You could
point I
cast it on the
choose. It doesn't
tiger.
have to.
Oh.
It says a point I choose. It doesn't say a
Oh,
point I can
okay.
see.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. So right on the drow again. Right on
Cool,
our
cool.
main bitch.
Where you think
And that's
she is, at least.
Yeah.
20 or 15?
20.
Okay.
So that is 5. Okay, that should be enough. Okay.
And they'll
Alright,
use a
good.
free action to yet again yell at the dragon wormling, despite the fact that he just fucking blasted me. To be like,
Yeah.
I'll say, trying to
Please.
stroke his ego. Clearly you are incredibly powerful, far too powerful to be dealing with the whims of men. Flee, get out of here, and run your own plan. Become the great warrior that my people know you can be.
In response, you hear You
This is
hear
all Draconic.
yeah, of course. You hear like a low rumble, nothing to like shake the ground, but you can tell that it's just like a lower register voice respond back in Draconic, just laughing.
Oh, cool. I assume it's the wormling laughing at me?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I tried. Tried to, white dragons have an ego, so I thought maybe. But if this guy wants to be imprisoned to this loser, I guess that's his prerogative.
Yeah.
That's my turn.
All right. That brings us off to our drow friend, who is going to move back up to Sev
Oh boy.
and take a shot back at you after you've hit them with the, like, they can see like the fairy fire on them now.
Yeah. 6, 6, 6, 6.
Why 6 in
I
particular?
love that you will, specific numbers, not ones.
Yeah. I think it works better that way.
Does a 22 hit?
What's the damage?
That's a good question. That's an auto roll. Let's see. So they readjust their mask as they round the corner again, have their eyes focused on where they knew you were, and just lunge forward, dealing hitting you like square in the chest, dealing 4 piercing damage.
Okay. Alright.
This will once again bring us off to Chonky Dwarf, who's going to try to move downwards towards Rayleigh and give you a little swing of the hammer. Oop, there we go. And he is going to roll a nat 1.
Yeah, that doesn't hit.
That most certainly does not hit. What does that hit? Let's go find out, friends.
Roll it.
That's going to be a U plus U. Wow. We have
100% fail.
we have our second weapon broken.
Beautiful.
After connecting with Elmley so much and so hard, he tries to bring the hammer up over his head, slam it down, try to trip you by taking a low swipe for your legs, really. But he's unable to connect and just brings it back around as you jump over the swing, as it connects with one of the pulls, and the hammerhead just falls off.
Now he has a stick.
Now he has an improvised weapon.
Okay.
Oh, good lord. And that's gonna be his turn. Rayleigh, what are you doing?
Yeah, you have my blessing for daylight if that's what you gotta do.
Yeah, I think that is what I have to do. You did say the spell was darkness, right?
Darkness, correct.
We have, yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I'm going to open up the bag, pull out the second drift globe, and cast daylight.
Fantastic. You see just the shine of daylight just emanate and light everything in the area up.
Yeah, it says it dispels darkness spells that are cast at a 3rd level or lower, and shines a bright light for 60 feet and a dim light for another 60 feet.
That would indeed include drow darkness because that's not really leveled, so yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think just since I already have a bag open, grab out the bean box just in case.
Oh no. Just in case.
Yeah, fantastic. You can like spend your bonus action to like rifle through your bag and get it in hand ready. Is that it?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Fantastic. That is going to be that's going to take us up to our human friend up at the very top, who is going to command the dragon, speak out to the dragon once again.
Oh no.
And you can, Jimprax, you hear him just say fly.
Oh boy.
That's going to end his turn there. Gale, that brings us off to you. What do you plan on doing?
Okay, first things first, I will use Balm of the Summer Court on Jinprax.
Okay.
What'd that do?
Sounds fancy.
It sounds very fancy.
It's a healing bonus action that I can do for free.
For free, yeah.
For free! Free with education connection. Get connected for free!
Fantastic.
Awesome.
And focusing it all solely on Jimprax?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is half my level, which is, I
At
guess,
3,
one.
still
One.
1, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's something. Better than nothing.
The target also gains 1 temporary hit point per dice spent.
Yep.
What does that
Just
mean?
trying to, so 1d6.
So per dice rolled for the ability, the target takes a like 1 temporary hit point.
So you effectively heal up to 5.
Jimbrax, did you have any? I assume you don't have any temp hit point, right?
No, I've
Yeah.
never given myself any.
Cool. The annoying thing to remember is that temp doesn't stack, unfortunately.
It doesn't, but I mean, it's fine. I'm on death's door anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
I'm not laughing.
Do whatever you have to.
All right.
And I will cast Healing Touch or Cure Wounds on myself at 2nd level,
Okay.
because holy shit, I am dying.
You gotta put the oxygen mask on yourself first before helping others.
This
Yup.
is true.
Okay. So yeah, Jimbrax, you take back the 4. Well, the 4 plus
Okay.
the 1.
And the 10. Okay. All right.
Gil, you
I'm back in the
you
double digits.
summon your inner strength. You take back the 11.
And I don't give a shit. I'm gonna risk an opportunity attack and like leave the tent because I do not want to get blasted by the dragon again.
Okay. Are you going inside?
Tent's on fire, yo.
No, the tent was put out by the
It's not.
chill.
Oh, right.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna move over and see if I can get to a better position to help Sev out.
Okay.
That'd be appreciated. Thanks, friend.
1, 2,
Remember that the
3, 4.
darkness is still in
Yeah.
effect.
So you wouldn't be
6.
able to see it until you come inside the darkness.
Okay, never mind.
Wait.
But
Yeah.
Did-
Actually,
So
how does that work?
that'd
'Cause
still be-
It is within. So.
So
part
be
of the
from there,
darkness is in range.
You do
Okay,
like.
yeah, I couldn't see it.
I don't think you would know this, but Sev did cast Fairy Fire
Fairy
on the
Fire.
drow, so
well, okay. But that is what I'm wondering is, so, let's see, Fairy Fire, it's 10 feet of bright light and 20 dim light, so I don't know, would that break through the edge of the darkness sphere here?
I mean, the edge of a darkness sphere is within daylight.
Yeah,
You just aren't. It's 1 square.
right,
uh,
okay.
to your
Yeah.
right that the daylight.
So
ends.
that's the awkward...
whenever I've played with darkness, it's always been any sort of light does not escape from the circle of light unless
Okay.
explicitly stated to break through magical light, like magical
Okay.
darkness. So even if it
So-
extends outwards, like you wouldn't see anything just looking into this
Okay, gotcha.
void of darkness.
So my only options would be to go into one of two potential dark areas as a human and not see anything.
You could. Well, you would be. I mean,
the
you
other-
wouldn't know this. but
The other orb
gone.
is gone from the daylight.
If you yell to me, I could potentially communicate with you if you're looking for where I went.
And
Mhm.
yeah, never mind. I'm good.
So, I mean,
Not really seeing any other options, I'm going to step outside and just take a moment to think, to recover.
I'm gonna just pop back in the tent. Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Dale. So can I move like here?
But yeah, easy. You have like 10 feet of movement left.
Okay, I'll remain there.
Okay, sure. So you flip back in through the flaps of the canvas that are now still rather cold to the touches. There's just like frost and bits of ice covering them. You just like sit down on one of the hay bales to just get some composure back and just breathe. Just trying to figure out what to do next. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I will wait.
Fantastic. That brings us off to Holfin, who is fiddling with the keys. The darkness envelops all around him, and you just hear an audible gasp as he's trying to figure out what in the world's going on. And as he's like making his way through the cage, he puts the key in his left hand, trying to feel around the different bars of the cage he's in, trying to look
But
for.
the darkness is gone.
Oh shoot, you're right. God, I just said that. God damn it. Okay. He takes a look at his key. He takes in his right hand, rushes right off to the door, and tries to reach through the bars, insert the key into the keyhole, praying to God it's gonna fit. Gives it a little extra force. And there is an audible click as the door begins to slowly loft open.
Good job, Mayor.
Thank God. Mission success?
And he is
Well-
going to move about 5 feet down with the rest of his movement, trying to get out of here.
No thanks for his saviors, I guess.
Yeah.
Fuck us.
He's
That brings
really
us-
going to the great wide unknown, huh?
That brings us over to the wormling.
Alright, rip Jim Prax. It's nice knowing him.
Uh,
fun. Character, I loved him.
In the wings.
okay. He is going to fly off to the right hand side, hovering over the cages.
Oh boy.
And as he flies over, you just feel this like slight little gust of wind as it just whooshes past the canvas of the big top. You can see like some of the flaps like open and close as it ends its turn. Which brings us off to our chonky dwarf boy. And move in closer towards the entryway to Eugen Prax and take another swing.
3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Does a 19 hit?
Yeah.
All right, he cracks his knuckles, slowly walking his way up to you, takes all the time in the world, just stares you right down in the face, gives you a little right hook. That is 1 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, okay, that just gets rid of my 10th hit point. Whatever.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Fine.
All right, that's going to be it for his turn. Rista is up next, and she looks bewildered. She just summoned
Did
this
not see that.
darkness to erupt across the area, and it's just been dispelled and faded away.
It's also quiet.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Dark Game.
It is very quiet. Yeah.
It is quiet.
She's going to move outwards towards the top part of the cannon to where she can start hearing sounds again. She is going to take an attack of opportunity from the mayor.
You can do it. I give you my blessing to get the kill on this one.
Probably is like unarmed and has like no proficiency.
No, he rolled a 3. He doesn't hit. He's still like shaken up from from getting out of the cage. He like his old bones are cracking, and he sees that Rista's like running past him. He just tries to catch her with the backhand spin around. Just ends up like spinning in a full circle. And with that,
can Jimprax vote?
can Jimprax
so I don't
vote?
think he can.
No.
Okay, because Jimprax is thinking like, I'm not voting for this fucker in the next election. Wait, I can't vote.
Oh, no.
I'm not a citizen. Shit.
Well, I'm gonna double not vote for him now.
Fantastic. But with this, Risa is gonna cast Cloud of Daggers,
Ooh.
centered on where Elmley is.
No.
I don't have anything to represent that space, unfortunately.
Oh boy.
Dang. Let's see here. So fill the air with the spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side, centered on a point you choose within range. Creature takes.
If it kills the
Okay,
mayor,
so
we
there's
can just
no
give him the same
save.
explanation we already get. Everybody already knows.
Yeah,
Fair
The
enough.
mayor got
we
hit by
tried.
multiple daggers.
we tried.
In the back of his mind,
says-
Jimprax is pissed because he knows that the guild is not going to congratulate this. They're just going to give them shit for not reporting it.
True. So the mayor, Elmley, and Rayleigh, you just see a cloud of daggers, just puffs of smoke, similar to what you saw with the last performance where the mayor was killed.
Killed.
Performance.
Yeah.
It was an act. It was a performance done.
This is the chills part of their thrills and chills. We do that after every show.
The dragon looks a little offended. Right.
Well, I guess
so
you're right. The dragon's the chill, huh?
if I remember right, so focuses on. I shouldn't have chosen this.
Okay, Cloud of Daggers was a big.
It's
point of
weird,
debate in my old
right?
group. It
Because
is.
the way that I
It's
read it is that it centers on a point, and then like the cardinal directions from it are also affected from the cloud, the 5 feet on each side.
A plus
So,
So the mayor, Elmley, and Rayleigh all take 9 points of damage. I need to remember if that's.
Is that fatal damage for the mayor?
It is. It is not. It's 9 slashing damage.
Thick mayor.
And then take that damage the first time that you enter the area, and
or if you end your turn.
if you, end the turn.
So basically, you got to get the fuck out of where you're standing.
Yep.
Okay. That does mean I have to roll.
It's me next, though. Yeah.
Yep, Sev, you are up. Really, what were you saying?
All right.
Ah, good point. And
Yeah.
with an 8, your
Ooh.
concentration ends on Zephyr Strike.
Well, I mean, you've been running with that one spell slot expended this whole time. You still
True.
got some,
Yeah,
Sure.
I still got 2.
so you're good.
2 to go.
All right. In that case, now that I can see my friend here, once again, give me that wisdom save.
With that wisdom save, you once again just like outstretch your fingers, you go to snap, you hear the ring of a bell off in the distance. Jesus Christ.
Dang.
You can ring my bell.
There it is.
Ring my bell.
There it is. They do not pass the save, and they begin to hear just the echo of the bell reverberating off all the metal in the area.
Beautiful.
And they have indeed taken damage. So with that 10, you just see the little sparkles of the fairy fire begin to just descend and fall to the ground. And right at your feet, you just hear the thump hitting the grass.
And the darkness is also gone too.
Mm-hmm. Womp.
Okay. I can see again.
I can see.
I can
No,
fight.
turn again.
All right. Is there anything else I have to do,
To
Seb?
help us deal with Mr. Chonk over here.
That's all I got for now. Don't
All
worry
right.
though, I've got plans for next turn.
That is going to bring us over to Elmley, who is
Taking a turn.
furious over everything that has gone down.
Yeah.
He's going to go straight towards Ziedler, who's just come out, and try to he takes out both daggers. And is going to go try for a pop, both of his hands.
Pop, pop.
All right, so with the one, rolls a 17, absolutely going to connect.
Okay.
And with
Thank you,
the
bud.
other, rolls a 17. He's absolutely going to connect.
Double
Love
17.
it.
God
Double
dang.
17.
And with that, he's going to just go pop right in Ziedler's legs. Pop right in the other one of Ziedler's legs. Right beneath the kneecaps.
You hamstring that bitch.
And he's going to go deliver 12 points of piercing damage.
Spicy.
And you hear like this rather like burly cry that's not as enthusiastic as you heard in the big top ring out in the night.
I would certainly hope not.
Yeah, let's hope not. Let's hope it doesn't like getting stabbed as much as you like putting on a show.
Ooh.
All right, and that's going to bring us over to our human friend between Rista and the rest
The
of our
Dragon Master.
friends. Nope, Dragon
Dargan.
Master's in the center.
Okay.
Human friend off to the right
this
by the
guy.
cannon.
Okay, they have the same icon.
And he is just going to try to scurry out of the way, seeing how angry Elmley is. Then his turn there.
Yeah, bitch, get out of here.
Was that the Dragon Master?
No.
Okay.
With having just taken damage from Elmley, Ziedler is going to quickly concentrate as Elmley's dagger is leaving his body. And as a reaction, he's going to cast... You see just like these pillars of flame sprout forth as he casts Hellish Rebuke.
Oof.
That is a spicy spell.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I'm very curious as to what
There we go.
patron this guy has.
Probably some sort of primordial trickster god.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh no.
I hate to hear that.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's like 2d8 damage, I think.
Well,
Did you just kill Elmweed like straight up?
So, you know what? Last weekend, Dale said after the session, I can't wait until you guys can watch Elmy die. And I told Dale that I would kill him if he did that.
Yeah,
So
about
keep
that.
that in mind.
Sleep with one eye open.
While Elmley is used to being quick on his feet, he passes his save. He goes to yank out the dagger and like wrap it back in to his palm and begins to start running away as the flames begin to creep up, catching a bit of his leg, taking half damage, and he takes 13 damage.
Oh,
Ouch.
you're still up?
He is still up. He is looking
Oh, Christ.
mighty rough, but he is still up.
Yeah.
I need someone to deal with Mr. Chonk.
I'll get him.
I also
gonna
am
go
planning
after-
on getting him as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Smirking at Elmy trying to get away. Zealer begins to walk back a step. An Eldritch Blast. Elmy.
No. It's a cantrip, you can do that.
Elmy is going to get an attack of opportunity.
What cantrip did he use? I'm sorry.
Eldritch Blast. You just see like this.
Isn't that 2 spells though?
One was a
Hellish Rebuke
reaction.
is a reaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Plus, it would have been a reaction on Elmy's turn, so
Yeah.
not even on Zealer's turn.
Just forgot to do it until
Well, I mean, it like rounded up to being on Zealer's
I mean,
turn
yeah.
anyway, so.
it ended up happening. Yeah.
But yeah. Elmy is gonna connect. He's gonna dig right back in, flip his palm around, strike back into the same wound he just opened, dealing 10 piercing damage to
Beautiful.
Zealer, who once again just
Love to see
cries
it.
out in pain. And Zealer's now just like hobbling around. He's not looking too good. His leg is just entirely busted.
Okay. That's me, I think.
I'm trying to get.
That's a Dargan.
I'm trying to get through the Eldritch Blast for Zealer.
Oh, right.
Okay. Botch.
And with
Two.
an 8, like coming back from the attack of opportunity from Elmy, just embedding his blade back into the same wound, the blast of Eldritch power just goes wild off into the moonlight, fading behind like the clouds in the sky, before it eventually just begins to fade and becomes one with night.
Okay.
The laughter and the smile begins to fade from Zealer's face as his sharp, pointed eyes return, and he narrows down at Elmy and then looking back over at the mayor. Jimprax, it is your turn.
Alright, Jimprax kind of wants to clear a path for the mayor to get the fuck out.
Okay.
Since if the mayor dies, this all kind of was for nothing.
Yeah.
So he has just enough range to cast Dissonant Whispers on Mr. Chonk. I know that Elmley already did his reaction, but I don't think Wolf, you have it, right?
Reaction. I'm sorry.
I don't think you
No.
have. You haven't done any opportunity attacks, right?
No, I intended
Okay.
to, but I haven't gotten a chance. I don't think so.
I am
right, Dale?
going to attempt to give you that chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jimprax
Do
yet again
it.
plays that weird like diminished chord and like throws his voice to whisper in Mr. Chonk's ear. Look at all these magic casters and these skilled rogues doing stabs and magic blasts. What on earth are you contributing to this? What is even your point?
Beautiful.
Fantastic. And that's a wisdom save, correct?
Yep.
Two.
Against a 14, he does not save.
Haha.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And he just
Excellent.
hears all the words just thrown directly into his head, and he just begins to
Into his brain.
shake it off and begins to hobble his way downwards. Was that 12 damage? 12 second damage?
Yeah.
Nice.
And he's got to move far away from me.
Yeah,
Or wait,
absolutely.
was that on? I thought you were doing that on the guy in between Zealer and.
Oh, was it?
That was my intent, yes, because
Oh,
it was to give
Give Rayleigh a chance.
to give Rayleigh an opportunity attack as
Yes.
well, in addition to that 12
Gotcha.
damage. Yeah.
gotcha. Never mind. Okay, let
So,
me
In
go
doing that,
reroll.
though, Elmy will also get an opportunity attack.
Elway has already used his reaction.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So that'd be our dwarf friendo, who does pass the save.
Ow, come on.
Damn it!
Yeah, so he'll take half the damage, but he's strong enough. He has enough
Damn.
reserve and calm mind to
Doesn't use the
stay
same roll. I'm sad.
strong.
Different stats, though, I guess.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom real
Sure.
quick.
No
since
worries.
My turn just ended. Yeah, and that's my turn.
Fantastic. That brings us off to our drow friend by Sev, who is no longer present with us on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That'll bring us off to Franz, a big strongman dwarf, who is going to take. Oh, he doesn't have his hammer anymore. Oh shit! He is just gonna.
He does have a stick.
He has a stick.
It's like
Maybe
it's like
he'll
when
be
you're
better with
playing.
a stick.
It's like when you're playing Smash Bros. And you get the non-golden hammer and you start smacking around, and then suddenly the hammerhead is just off.
Gone.
Now he's just got
Yeah,
this pointless stick, just throws it to the ground towards where the mayor is. He's gonna walk up to the mayor and just slug him in the face.
Cora, what are you?
And with a 21, he is absolutely going to connect.
Why are you
Is the
yelling?
mayor
Cora?
gonna die on us?
Are you sure it will
let's
not
see
after
here.
all this?
Yeah, the mayor's not looking too good. He's gonna take 2 bludgeoning damage, but he's puffing. He's puffing. He cries out, someone help!
Oh my
Guard!
God.
Mayor, if you're gonna die, do it by just.
Oh
standing
wait,
there
but
and letting the
can't
daggers
he
hit you.
can't cry because he's still in.
Oh, the
He's still in silence, so he
Silence.
just he's struggling to.
about
You see his lips move. He's just mouthing the words. And he's making all the movements like he's huffing and puffing, but you don't hear a single thing.
I forgot silence is still up.
And that brings us off to Rayleigh.
Okay, so first off,
If you
Except
reach
for a
Death
strike.
you can get away. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. That was
Maybe.
my plan. And
I love it, Nate. Thank you.
I don't think I'm gonna use them now, but for curiosity's sake, are breath weapons count as weapon attacks, or are they different?
They would be natural attacks,
Okay.
so it
Yeah.
would be different.
yeah.
Okay, just was curious. So I'm gonna cast Zephyr Strike. I'm going to close in on Risa.
Okay.
And if I can,
What are you looking to do?
I would recommend getting out of dodge where you are not
Like-
able to be like. Well, if you get up there, you're not going to be able to hit her because you'll be at disadvantage. So just get like to the side where you are far enough away that you don't have disadvantage, but you are far away from the attacking dwarves, because there's 2 of them now. So
yeah, I
I'd
guess I
recommend-
could
so,
right there. That
what-
would be a good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
that's a
are
good spot.
are you looking to use your bow?
I am looking to use my bow, I guess.
Okay.
That's a good spot.
So yeah, if you're within 5 feet, like right next to someone else, because it's a ranged attack, you would be at disadvantage.
So you're good right there. And yeah, you're good.
All right.
Beautiful.
Jesus. With that 20, my God.
Oh, I forgot I cast it earlier.
My God.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're basically just like walking right up, taking it away. You shove past Dwarf Bro. You're doing the cool kid walk. You have all the time in the world. You just casually take out one of your arrows, not even looking at Riza, just let it fly.
Wing!
Just right into like the front of the chest. Dealing that 11. Damn Jesus. So that's what the 7 piercing, 4 force, and we're using the last force arrow.
Yeah, I was planning on it. So let me roll that real quick.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
1 more damage.
So 12 total. Not bad. Respectable. Okay.
Is she down? Because she's been hit by 2 at this point.
She is not downed. She's still looking less active, looking pretty rough, but still up and on her feet.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I will remember not to use a breath weapon on her since she has absorb element.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, so that brings us off to our human beast tamer friend, the Dragon Master, who's going to look over at the dragon, nod, take a dagger out from his side, and throw it over at Jinbrax.
Ooh.
Ba, 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 ba. Does an 8 hit?
Negative.
No.
Cool. I didn't think so. I had a hunch. Throws it at where you were, just shuffling around a little bit. Hits like one of the flaps as like the crystal particles come off of it. And that's gonna be his turn. Gale, it's up to you. What's up, Moon? This session's been mostly combat, honestly.
I'm going to shapeshift into Spider Gale.
Yes.
Spider Gale.
Love to see it.
Yep. Let's do it. Let's do it.
And well, I technically already took an action. I'm gonna stay put. Because basically what I want to do is try and sneak in once it's my turn again, because,
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I can really do anything else.
For now, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, sure. With the act of having been sitting down, like having focused on your next action, can you go give me a stealth roll?
Sure. Stealth.
Just don't sing the stealth song. Oh no,
Okay.
he's saying the stealth song.
Okay.
And I got the 2 5s in good measure.
Yeah.
But I do get a +7, so that's
Oh right,
Yeah,
right.
you're-
Okay.
you're good to go.
13.
I got you. All right, cool. Noted. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Be a sneaky spider.
I will wait.
All right, you're way inside. That brings us off to Holfin, who is going to try and make his break away from the big dwarf man and away from everything else. He doesn't quite know where to run to. He's just going to go towards the center.
Probably exactly where he might run into Spider Gale.
Oh no!
Fine, Spider Gale will protect.
Yeah, well, he won't know that. He's just.
Fine.
So he's going to go take an attack of opportunity from our dwarf friends.
Wait. So he's not disengaging?
Nope.
He's probably dashing.
Nope. Just trying to get on through.
Trying to get. Okay.
And with the backhand, the dwarf does just manage to elbow the mayor out of the way, taking 4 bludgeoning damage. You can hear just a little.
Ouch.
Oof.
That's a
He tried
lot
to
for an
run.
elbow.
Tried to hide. He
He
broke on
is
through the
going
other side.
to scoot past Jinprax's back on into the tent.
You know what? That's
Oh,
fine. He
you're
can
welcome.
just go in there. Just stay out of the way. Because you're not doing anything but getting in the way now, sir.
And with that, the wormling begins to move and take
Oh boy.
to the sky,
Here we go.
dashing towards the other side of the tent.
Oh, he's going after the mayor.
Yeah.
That brings us to the top of the turn order.
There's nothing we can do about it right now.
Not really.
And coming up to the top of the turn order, finally, off in the distance, you can begin to see lights of torches and lanterns coming through. A good roughly 200 feet away from here. But from all sides,
Still gonna be a while.
you can see them coming closer and begin to hear
I assume it's the guards.
the sound of footsteps and shouting.
An angry mob.
Yeah, sure. An angry mob. Yeah.
An angry mob.
Yeah.
How helpful.
The +7 for the druid is with spider form. With that said, you know our buddy, you know our chunky dwarf boy number 2.
Am I gonna get hit in the face?
He's going to bolt off from you to chase after the
Alright,
mayor.
fine. I'm gonna shoot for the hip. God damn it, Jimprax.
Unable to make the hit, he continues just shaking it off, going through the flaps before he catches up with the mayor.
He did
But-
pass by Gale.
What about Gale?
He's still within range.
Okay. Can
He's
I
not-
take the opportunity attack or
He has not left your reach.
bitch.
Damn.
And actually I have blind sight now so I could see better.
God, but with that 9, our dwarf friend is not going to attack the mayor. He tries to sweep out, knock the mayor over, unable to do so.
Oh, I forgot you could attack from melee on diagonals.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
And
Or
that
at
will
least
bring
we
us
have been.
off to Rizda. She is absolutely furious. She's going to take a step towards Really.
Uh-oh.
Hi.
And from like one of the pocket folds of her dress, take out a knife and begin to just calmly, quietly, slowly walk forward and just dunk.
Like a Tornberry?
I guess kind of like a Tomberry, yeah.
Yeah. Is that her
Does she
turn?
have like a murder cleaver that'll like one-hit KO?
I guess we'll find out. Nothing too bad. Really, does a 15 hit?
A 15 does hit, just barely.
Okay, so that's going to be... You're going to go take 2 points of damage. And then... with the absorb elements from earlier, you feel just the full brunt of the fire creep back out.
Ooh. Oh. Yeah.
And you take 5 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
How did it multiplied? Wow. 1 damage turned into 5. That's magic for sure.
Isn't it?
I really hope it's in character talking.
I believe it. And she's going to end her turn there. Sev, that brings us off to you.
Well,
Thank you for the con.
I hope she is ready because she is about to take 2nd level magic missile. The
Let's
full
go.
brunt of it.
Let's go.
Damn.
5, 9, 11. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, you send forth just a barrage of missiles from your hands. You just hear each one, there's the slight like thud of impact. So your body just jolt back with each missile. And there's a huffing and puffing. She is not looking good. Just like slightly bent over. You can't quite see you can't like get a good view with the Beast
cage in the
Tamer
way.
and with Rayleigh in the way.
Oh,
But you
yeah.
can see just like a little bit of impact in her bending over.
Yeah.
Just
there-
to be sure, you did save it, the 14 saves, right?
Yes. Yeah, you're all good.
Okay.
Is there anything else I'd like to do, Sev?
Nope.
Fantastic. That takes us
Oh,
off
hey,
to...
actually, wait. There is one thing I'd like to do, and that is stealth. Can I please stealth behind this here cage?
No.
Damn it.
Because if
Alright.
you're going to try to stealth, that's going to be an action trying to hide.
Okay.
The only reason why I was letting Gale do is because he like sat out his last turn in
Okay.
conjunction with transforming.
Okay.
Anything
That's
else?
it.
Fantastic. That brings us off to Elmy, who is thirsty for blood and with a passion. He circles back around Ziedler, daggers at the ready, looking to try thrusting again.
Thrusting makes it feel good.
Okay, respectable. Not the greatest, but respectable. So Elmy slashes out with his first hand with an 11. He's not gonna make it. Not gonna make it at all. Just misses and whiffs. But with his offhand, he goes to hits. Connects. Trying to slash like the back end of Ziedler's coat off. Slashes a bit more of the behind than he was aiming for.
Yeah.
Ziedler takes 6 points of damage.
Get fucked.
And that is going to bring us over to our friend, the human performer off to the right. And he is going to continue running further to the right, away from the action.
Have fun getting
Okay.
caught by the guard, bitch.
Right?
And this will bring us off to Ziedler.
Oh boy, only hang in there.
Ziedler grins, taking the
Oh, no.
brunt of Elmy's attack.
Oh no, he's gonna hellish rebuke again.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Only hang in there.
And he's just going to, in a somewhat hushed whisper, down to Elmy. Your time is not yet, little one. And begins to cast Hold Person.
Oh no. Okay.
That could be really bad.
Yeah.
What is... Nope, that is not what I'm looking for. There we go. Okay. Come on, load faster. And that is a wisdom save. Oh, poor Elmy. Gasping and like just recovering back and like swinging his arm back from the last hit, he just freezes.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Elmy is unable to make any sort of move. And Ziedler begins to walk forward, closer towards Chinprax now.
Fuck up that concentration.
He is fully within the
Silence.
silence though, yes.
Okay, well, good thing that's my silence spell and I can turn it off.
Yeah.
All right, and that brings us off to Jimprox next.
So what I wanted to do was to go into the tent and cast sleep on the guy running.
I love that key.
But-
That's awesome.
Yeah.
With the guard coming and Gale in there, I think this other fucko is my better target.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna drop. Yeah, I'm gonna drop. Silent.
Okay.
And go back to my old trusty.
Figuratively.
Yeah.
Trusty.
Old trusty vicious mockery. I think it's time.
Okay.
I've got one spell slot left to my name.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Same.
So, but I will use the. I'll kind of laugh at. I don't know why Jimprax is laughing. Maybe he's manic. I don't know.
You know what? I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, he's going through a lot.
I mean, this has been a one hell of an encounter so far. So
Yeah.
Whew, it sure has. Jimprax is going to take out the loot that he won from the carnival and kind of give a laugh as he puts a finger over one of the smiling frets again and says, you know, this was actually a prize. Wouldn't it be amusing if I took you down with the thing that you gave me? That'd give me a laugh. How does it make you feel? Strang.
fantastic. That's a wisdom save.
Yep.
With a 12,
Thank Christ.
Zealer. He, for a second, he doesn't hear anything around him. And then suddenly the world begins to come back. And all the rush of just utter silence to noise everywhere gives him such this dysphoria of what's been going on. And one of the first things he hears is your words spoken directly to him. And they all just flood around his head. All right, and that's 7 psychic.
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful. And he has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Haha.
And he's got to make a con save.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Fantastic. And yes.
5, 5, 5, 5.
Why 5?
Because I said so.
He is not, my boy is not very good at con. And with an 8,
He's not so kind.
as he has just this dysphoric, this dissociative episode, just having the world just come back to him, and Jimprax's words just ream straight into his head. Beyond him, you can see Elmley begin to slowly begin to move again, finishing the recovery of his strike before dropping his head and breathing.
Damn it.
And I will use my final bardic inspiration. I can't see Gale, so he doesn't get it. But I'll give it to myself.
Is that one of
Sev,
the camo things for the
Rayleigh and Elmley to let them to give them 5-10 hit points and let
That
them
absolutely
move
sucks.
as a reaction.
Yeah.
I puff up my scales one last time and I play an incredibly beautiful, not jazzy, like maybe almost like Eastern Europe or like Eastern European sounding chord for my homelands, and puff out my scales and say, all right, this has been going on quite long enough. It's time for our finale, is it not, friends?
I like it.
And I get to move too. Where should I go?
And I am back up to 12 HP, which feels nice after being at 7.
There you
Yay!
go.
Fantastic.
I've been floating back and forth between 12 and up, full.
Enjoy the rest of the night, Key.
Key.
Appreciate the
whole
follow.
Time, back and forth, back and forth.
IDM every
I cannot
Sunday,
select my token.
starting around 7 p.m. Central Time. Appreciate you coming on through.
Have I not moved this
You
entire
can always catch the
thing?
VODs as well.
Not really, no.
Yeah, I can't pick up my token.
You can't?
No.
Weird.
Is that better? Did I take you off of the thing?
How you do to me?
What? What in the world?
After all our issues with duplication, I thought that the second human person was actually a duplicated person for a while.
I mean, if you want to just move me one space into the tent, that's where Jim Prax wanted to move, so that's fine.
Okay, sure.
I haven't really moved this whole fight, so.
Yeah, can do. Not a problem. I'll get
There we
that sorted out.
No problem.
All right. With that,
I am out of Bardic Inspirations.
and with that, we have Franz coming on through, catching the backside of Elmway. He's going to. Well, he doesn't have his hammer anymore. He's just going to try to give Elmy a little downward spike with his elbow. And with a 22, you can sure as hell bet that he is going to connect.
Oh boy.
And as he tries, he sees Elmby just like dip out from the inspiration that, or the performance Jimprax just gave. With a renewed vigor, the dwarf begins to chase after, jump, and try to elbow Elmy in the back to catch up with him. Elmy takes 3 points of bludgeoning damage. He is staggering and dragging his feet, but he has these eyes of just full purpose.
Limit break.
And direction. You begin to see golden rays of light burst from Elmy's feet. No, he's just focused entirely on Zeidler at this point. And we are brought back up to Rayleigh.
Alright.
Okay, I would like to use my advantage roll.
Okay. Yeah.
And let's see if we can take care of Risa or not.
Okay.
Good.
Fantastic with a 15. That definitely hits.
Fantastic.
Let loose the arrow.
9 piercing too.
Yep. You see as Risa takes a knee down to the ground, looks up at you, just malice in her eyes as they begin to just like, you could swear they could, in the moonlight, they reflect back some sort of shade of red.
Wait a minute. Don't you also get where is it? Zephyr Strike. Okay, an extra D8 force damage.
That was already done on the first hit.
Oh, was it? Okay. Never mind.
Yep.
Good shit.
So, yep, she gets it. She is down, knee to the ground, coughs up a little bit of blood, but she is up.
She's down, but she's conscious.
Snow, I appreciate that gift. It's up. Thank you, sir.
Okay, free action.
Yeah.
Can I take the eight cone ball hat and ask it if I should get out of here or not? Like,
Oh my god.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
I think you just broke Dale.
Oh my god! Yes, put it on!
So, Dale has not shut up about how much he loves that hat.
I fucking love that hat. I think that's one of my favorite items I've ever made.
It's hysterical.
Roll me a d10.
Yeah, I did. It's an 8.
Oh, you did a d10?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an 8.
Oh, cool.
You did while you
With
were
an
losing your
8,
shit laughing.
roll me a d100.
Okay. This is
Oh,
more
dear.
complicated than I expected.
Oh,
Wow.
30.
There is a 30% chance of failure.
I see. So
Okay.
in that case, just to be safe, let's.
Those are pretty good odds.
Yeah? Yeah.
I took a 70 any day.
Yeah.
Although I also want to fucking kill all these people. Which is
No.
weird because Jim Prax isn't a murderer. Oh
So
no,
far.
Schwai is bleeding in.
It's just that 7 influence.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
move
Jim Prax did kill that Dragonborn.
True.
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
to there. Oh wait. I wanted to move right there.
Okay.
Still line of sight, but I have the extra
yeah.
30 move. So
Sure.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
no, I think I'm good.
Fantastic. That brings us back over to our beast tamer friends. With the dragon now out of sight, he pulls out a sword he's had at his side
Oh boy. Oh no.
and begins to chase after Jinprax towards the
Oh boy.
tents.
You guys can't see, but Cora is staring at me. She is currently sitting on the footrest under Dale's computer table.
Hey Cora, give us Tabaxi luck points.
She can't because she's on the way over to Joe's daddy tonight, and I'm
Does a 22 hit?
no.
Actually, it doesn't.
Oh,
It's
cool.
hit this whole time, but this time it doesn't.
Cool, good. Okay, fantastic. All right, we
Wow.
can just ignore that. You cannot take the 7 points of slashing damage that he was going to give you.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll just not put that down.
Fantastic.
I just won't write that.
Sure.
Good. Glad we worked that out. He's going to end his turn there, just shouting through like as loud as he can in Draconic, and being up close directly next to him, you can make out entirely what he's saying. Guard the front.
Guard the front.
Cool.
Gale, that brings us off to you. What are you doing, friend?
Okay. Spider Gale will attack.
Okay.
So I will move up to Jinbrax. Hopefully, well, I doubt I'll get an opportunity attack because they'll see me coming, but or like a sneak attack. But like I will. How do I roll a basic attack in spider form again?
You have the stat block, yeah?
Yeah.
You
So
can just roll like the
20.
yeah. Yeah, I guess just have to madly roll it. I'll get the character sheet out for you at some point in the future, so you can it'll be nice and easy.
Well, that sucks.
Unfortunately, with a 9, you are unable to connect.
Every time I look over at Cora, she has to meow at me. Oh, now she's coming over. Oh, maybe she's gonna give us some luck point.
Please.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I will stay put.
All right, that brings us back over to the mayor's turn, and he is going to dash straight out of the tent.
Oh, Cora. She's in the living room now, but she the camera for a luck. Brat.
Oof.
Does he make it out?
He makes it out of the tent. Gale, you can see. Oh no, I guess you can't really see because you're like in the middle of leaving. But yeah, the mayor continues to just book it through the other side of the tent, trying to make out the big top. When
Good, they didn't. Oh,
When?
The dragon nukes them.
6,
Probably.
30, up to 60 feet of movement, spends 40 to get and land to the mayor outside. The dragon extends its neck and begins to breathe and form its crystals once again.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I can't show this So no one's in sight.
Right.
And this is like right outside of the tent where you all had the met with the vendor who sold you the raffling tickets and everything and shuffled everyone inside.
Yeah.
Where is my dragon? Okay. Oh, that didn't do anything. Well, shit. Okay.
What?
The dragon missed, maybe. I don't know.
Hopefully.
There we go with that.
Press X to doubt.
And that is, Mary is going to make that.
I need to go grab another thing of yarn.
The mayor comes nowhere close to saving. So all of you from the other side of the tent just hear this whoosh of the breath being sprayed out. And hear a slight... Jim,
Why would they go to all this trouble to put him in the cage only to kill him now? This doesn't make sense.
And who was the doppel?
Who is the...
Didn't the doppel get killed?
Ah, that is a fantastic question, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, why'd they kill him twice?
I think probably they meant to like take him away, but like because we were foiling their plans, the next best option was murder.
Well,
We go to the start of the turn order with the dwarf friend still inside the big top, continuing to walk outside. That brings us over to Rizda, who's huffing and puffing, looking around.
Is she gonna blow the house down?
Might as well. She is going to... Damn, what is Rizda going to do? No one stayed in there. Can't really hit anyone. She is just going to hold her turn for now.
okay.
Sev, that brings us off to you.
Oh man. All right. Well,
Thank you, 8-ball hat.
I have two options here. I have one spell slot left, and I can use magic missile. Do I do it on her or Ziedler?
That is a question.
Like, how is Ziedler looking again? Is he looking better or worse than Rita?
He is looking a little bit better than Rista.
Okay. Yeah, all right. But let's see now. I'm like, I want to take her out, but I don't know that I want to waste a magic missile on her if she's like not gonna take that much. Okay.
Can you aim one of them, see how it does, the second, see how it does?
Okay, that's
Look, can
true.
you do that?
Yeah, I can hit her with one, and then the other two go on him. That's true. All right. First one. Oh boy.
Okay.
She takes that.
Mm-hmm.
Is she down from that?
She is not. She's still on on her knee
Okay.
with like a hand over on side of the cage.
Have another one.
Okay. Still up.
She's still
Looking
up. All right.
mighty worse.
Have all of them then.
So that is -2. Please, can you please do math for me? Make my job easy. It's not wanting to like work with me here. This is so strange.
It's 9.
It's
the
9
same.
total.
It's 4 + 2 + 3, just like it was for me
Yes.
earlier.
Right, but the value isn't like changing at all for me. I do that? Why? What in the
Did
world?
she have-
Oh, there we go. Okay, now it changed. Cool. Now I'm good.
Is she still up after taking 9 points?
Still up. She's fallen now down to both of her knees.
Wow.
So what? She had like
She's like
40 HP,
barely-
more or less?
barely hanging on with her hand onto the side of the cage, just trying to
All right.
remain upright. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I guess I can just scoot myself back and just like kind of hide behind the corner of the cage here.
Okay.
Just so I'm not in anybody's line of sight, so that hopefully everybody does not have any sort of object permanence, and therefore, if they cannot see me, I am not here.
That is 100% how that works. No questions about it.
Object permanent.
You know what? They're all pretty focused on other things. Maybe
I
they'll
mean,
see
it
it
worked for me.
Yeah, it did.
All right, so Elmley jumps right onto Zeeler's back, coming back up from the hits from the dwarf behind him.
Lock him up.
He takes out his dagger, thrusts it right in towards like the middle section, like slashing towards the side, cutting some more gems of the coat off. Zeeler takes 6 points of, I guess, piercing damage. Elmy tries to swing back around with a second hit and is unable to do so. And with a smirk and a grin, pillars of flame begin to once again erupt
Oh, yep. Okay.
around Zeeler. And this does not look good.
Zeidler, get out of there.
Oh my gosh, you're
NPC.
you're right. Oh my goodness. Elmley.
Dies
Jinprax
unceremoniously.
might be playing taps tonight.
Brr, brr, brr. Timprax does not know how to play a horn instrument. He probably blows fire into it every time he.
All right. Well, I believe the save is 13. Only just barely manages to sink his dagger in, try to hook around to get his left dagger off on the side of the body. And as he's pulling away, his arm is caught in the fire, taking half damage. But with 2 temporary health and 1 health left,
How's enough?
Elmley falls and slumps to the ground as one of the daggers is just embedded in Zeeler's side.
Does he get to make death saves?
I guess we shall find out.
Oh, Christ.
And that is Elmley's turn.
Why?
That brings
use
us
these healing spells wisely.
us off to Zeeler, who begins to slowly move forward towards you, Jimprex and Gale.
So,
He outstretches a hand to cast Eldritch Blast at you, Gale.
Spider Gale chitters.
What is your AC?
13.
As he outstretches his hand, you can see that he's holding on to like some sort of silver gem in his palm. And as he begins to shoot out, the shot goes wide from the cry of the dragon on the other side of the tent and the burst of frost. He misses.
Okay.
And that brings us over to Jinfrax. What are you doing?
oh boy, that's a good question. What the fuck am I doing? Honestly,
Javelin.
no, I think I'm vicious mockerying our main lady.
Okay, Rista?
Yeah, and I'm gonna use my final. I hit, I not click the button, but I put my finger over the final smiling fret, and weakly, since I'm pretty hurt. I've been having ups and downs. I say, So how did this plan go for you? Your troops are in shambles. You did not successfully capture the mayor. I would say this is probably a fairly poor performance, in which I think it is time to end.
Fantastic.
Yeah, nice, a 5. This is the least amount I can do with that. And I'm out of charges of that.
And as the words leave your lips, your eyes stuck on Rizda. You see that she is trying to like claw her way back up to standing on using both of her legs. And as the last word leaves your lips, you see her eyes close to blink as she just falls forward.
Yeah, Jim Prax does a murder.
All right, that's one down.
Another fine performance.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll bring us over to Franz, who's going to
Fucking Franz.
he's going to take one of the daggers out of Elmie's hands and try to thrust towards you, really. You can see like a little like sinister grin in his bearded face.
Bro, like your leader is dead. Or, well, one of your leaders, I guess. Like, why?
God, these carnies are like pure evil.
Oh, yes, they are. He doesn't have. That would be no. So that would be
proficiency with this weapon is what I was wondering.
He does not. Does an 8 hit?
An 8 does not hit. I have 14 on the left.
So he's like trying to scramble up the weapon from Elmie's hands, or it's fallen like a couple of inches away from his hand, and just rise up and just thrust at you. Yes, you completely sidestep it. Not even coming close to hitting you. Really, that brings us off to you.
Okay, and since he didn't even hit me, I'm going to take a couple steps back and use my bow.
Okay, fantastic. On Franz?
Yeah.
Okay. 16 absolutely hits. And with a 10, you see a gigantic chunk of the arrow just get embedded into the open part of the leotard of the chest. And with just a little the dwarf falls down onto his side.
Okay, so that only leaves Ziedler, the Dragon Master, and the guy who's going after the man.
And the dragon.
And the dragon.
I need help getting one of these two out because I need to get a post over to Elmie. Which means I need a path cleared for me.
I think Elmie might be dead.
Well, he hasn't had a chance to roll death saves yet.
True.
Which means I need to get over there before he does.
All right, with your turn concluded, Rayleigh, that brings us off to our beast tamer friend, who is once again going to try to match Jinprax and take another slash to the flaps of the big top.
Just to be sure, Franz is dead, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Does an 11 hit?
Nope.
All right. You shuffle in and out of the flaps of the big top, just dancing around, playing your game.
No, you don't.
Tries to take a swipe, cuts off like a little part of the fabric, but you are completely untouched. That brings us off to you, Gale. What are you doing?
Spider Gale attack.
Yeah.
Who are you going for?
Bring the Jinprax back.
What? Am I gone?
What are you trying to go for?
Does a 12 hit?
For a beast tamer friend?
Yes.
First time I've looked at his AC. Yes. Just
Oh, okay.
just barely hits.
I'll take it. Okay. So roll for me a DC 11 Constitution save.
Constitution save.
Aha.
And actually, I'll roll this damage first. 1d6 plus 1.
Did he eat
What's-
apple pie?
What's the DC on the save?
11. I mean, it's kind of low, but
He
it's better than nothing.
just
Hmm.
You son of a bitch. Okay.
fails.
Was it the apple pie? Oh no.
Guys,
Okay. So first things first.
I'm the realist.
He takes 6 damage plus.
Fantastic. Plus the poison?
Wolf spider. Yeah, I gotta see. Let's see.
Oh, he's not looking good already.
Taking 2d6 poison
no.
damage on a fails.
Oh, I can't wait to see what this is.
Hide magic.
8.
8, fantastic. You see what used to be rather, I don't know, medium-aged man, 30s, 40s. What you can tell, like between the mask and the hair, just
I
dancing
go for the
around,
face.
being, full of life. But you just clomp down, and as you release the poison, you see his movements just become so sluggish.
There's
and
something
his-
poetic about this.
Vigor has just
Alright.
dropped.
Alright, I got this. Thank you. I got okay. Anyway.
Next up is the mayor.
Who I assume is dead.
Frozen and freezing outside. You all can hear faint shoutings of, "Please, guys, help me!"
Oh god.
How is he still
damn it.
alive?
That's a good question.
I will be
And
completely-
Elmway dies a heroic death.
I will be completely
I gotta
honest with
save
you.
him.
The mayor has 2 health left. It's not by choice. I want the mayor alive, okay?
Oh my god. Okay.
Holy shit. And
Like, what is the deal with this dragon, though? Like,
he begins to make his way back into the tent of the big top, away from the Dargon. And he ends his turn.
Good moves. Okay.
Next up is the Dargon, who will take back up into the air and just hold position.
Wait. Okay.
Next up is our dwarf friend that is inside the tent, and he sees a
What?
mare
someone
that has.
please fucking murder Franz.
It's not Franz. It's other.
Oh, it's one.
Yeah, Franz is dead because Rayleigh dealt the last blow. It's our
Okay,
first
good.
chunky dwarf boy, who sees the mare come rush right back into the tent. He's just gonna go walk up to him and just go try to scoop him up from the feet.
Oh,
Seeing
don't
that-
you dare.
The mare is now looking mighty raggedy.
You said scoop up, not punch. Right?
Scoop up, yes.
Don't make me horse scale and take a dash action.
So that's gonna be strength versus. Oh my dear mighty Jesus.
Cora.
Please botch.
So the dwarf strongman that has a +2 to strength
Okay.
rolled a 5.
Okay, that's bad.
The mare
It's too heavy.
that has a +0 to strength rolls a 17.
Bitchin'.
Despite
that for us.
despite being all
Extremely
dizzy and out of breath.
Frozen to death.
Yeah, right? He makes his way over. The dwarf tries to scoop him up by his feet and lift him up on his shoulder, but the cold of the frost of the mare just forces him to drop the mare back down to the ground.
This is comical
This
now.
mayor is
Like,
being
This is
watched
good.
over by a deity.
Stories just write themselves, man.
Next up
Alright.
would be Rista. That brings us off to Sev. What are you doing?
So I will go ahead. Wait. Hold on. I thought this guy was down. What's up with him?
Nope. He's the one who just
He
had the
dead.
spider bite from Gale, but he's still up.
Oh, I thought he was dead.
Nope, nope. He's
I
still
thought he
moving
was
around. He's
still-
just
okay.
slowed down.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me look.
No, that was saying that the poison had taken hold and did a considerate chunk.
All right. You know what? I'm just gonna do it. So I will go ahead and take the opportunity attacks. I am going to move. Boop. I am dashing. Boop. Over to Elmy. Because I'm going to be ready to give him a potion
Okay,
for my next turn when I can actually use an action.
okay, respect it. So you will take 2 opportunity attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, will you? Yes, you will. I was trying to think if Zealer had cast Hellish Rebuke on this turn or last turn.
It's alright, I'm at full health and I still have 3 temp points because I keep like getting lucky. So you know what? I'm fine.
Does a 15 hit?
Yes.
You spoke too soon.
And so it's fine. I'm good. I have enough potions for me and Elmy. You guys just take care of that stuff going on over there. I got us.
All right. So as you're making your way, dipping between Zealer and
Excuse me, come through.
and the Beast Tamer flourishes, spinning around, and catches you in your backs, just swiping up across the back of the cloak. And you take 6 slashing damage.
All right.
The dealer is just going to make an open hand strike. And he is going to critically fail on that.
Yay!
I'm good, guys.
Yeah. Oops. So yeah, you make your way over to Elmy. Not a problem.
All right. Cool.
And as Zealer's trying to take his hit out on you, as he sees you passing, just trying to knock you out, the force of his throw moves him a bit more than he expected. Let's see here. All right. And as he's just about to fall over, leaning forward too far to try and catch you, he's able to stabilize himself. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'll just try to like prepare to like start looking for a potion to give him. I was just gonna give him one of the next, like, because I have 2 of the regular and 2 of the fresh that I won. What?
Next up is Elmley, who rolled a 1 for his death save.
No!
Fuck. That's 2.
Okay.
So he
That's
fails
2
twice.
failures.
He has 2 failures. And as you dash close to Elmley, you can see like little breaths being taken from his already tiny body as you just get there. And this takes us off to Zeidler.
Hey babe, you know how I talked about killing you? That's what's gonna happen. Sleep with one eye open.
Zeidler is going to Eldritch Blast once again over to Gale. Just
God, all this
stretch
attention.
his arm
Is it
out.
my sexy legs? Like, come on now.
He doesn't like the spooters, okay? They're weird.
Okay, hit me.
Does an 11 hit?
It does not.
He just whiffs once. Man, that's the entire like theme of the night. I swear to God, man. I just whips once again. Jimprax, you're up.
All right. I'm in. Shit. Oh. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Can you move me one to the left?
I can't. The
Why?
hallway only goes back.
Hmm.
Because like right now, these stands are above you, and you're in like little like section
Oh.
leading to the inner, like inner arena.
Damn it. Okay. That doesn't line up my shot.
Yeah, it's like a little like hallway type deal trying to get inside the tent.
Damn.
Yeah. I wanted to try to blast them with my breath weapon and get both of them, but
I mean,
don't-
you can get outside easily enough.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to go,
yeah, but I'll
move
take some opportunity.
No.
Oh.
No,
You're
I was trying to
diagonal,
get
you're
hit
fine.
both of them.
Is
the thing. Yeah. And if I wanted to do that, that's going to be opportunity attack city.
I gotcha. Okay, because it's the
Yeah.
line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, it might be worth it. I don't think he's going to hurt me for that much. Though I only have 9 hit points.
I'd no, just
It
play
is
it safe.
entirely your call. Coming down to
Yeah.
the wire.
It is coming down to the wire. You know what? Let's go for the main guy, and I just don't do that much damage at this point. Do I have any spell slots left? I have 1 spell slot left. So let's use this final spell slot to
Really, we need you to finish one of them.
Yeah.
How are they looking?
You can see
I assume
that
both pretty bad.
you can see that Ziedler is in rough straits. He is not looking good at all.
Okay.
He's just like spurting up. You see the dagger of Elmi's just sticking off on his side, like bits of blood, staining like the gems of the coat. And you see that off to your left, the beast tamer looks to be in better sorts, but definitely more sluggish after being bitten by Spider Gale.
Okay. Then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cast sleep for my final spell
Okay.
to try to get both of them unconscious,
Yeah.
so that we can decide what the hell we want to do.
Sure.
Because if
Oh,
we
I
have
know what I'm
Ziebler alive, we can maybe like, since he's kind of the ringleader, be like pay for your crimes.
Sure. Is that max health or current health?
It's current.
Okay, fantastic.
I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check
Mhm.
before I commit to this.
Sleep once again coming in handy.
It's come in clutch a few times for us.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it. It's not clear.
Okay. Roll 5d8 that tells us how many hit points of creatures the spell can affect
Oh yeah.
with their current hit points. Yeah.
All right.
So roll me 5d8.
Okay.
Okay.
Not great, but
They
Well.
both instantly snooze and hit the
Thank
ground
God.
after you speak your incantation.
okay. That's my turn.
Fantastic.
Is there
Spider-
any? Is
Spider
there
Gale
anybody
jitters.
left?
There's the guy trying to carry off a mare.
Oh fuck.
And the dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you hear the whole kerfuffle in the tent behind you, Jinprax and Gale. Really, you hear the like the flapping of the wings of the dragon up above the tent.
Shit.
I can wrap these two up in a chain and lock so they don't get away.
We could just throw them in the cages.
That too. I'm just saying somebody's got to go look after the mayor.
horse Gale could come to the rescue.
Really, it is your turn. What are you looking to do on?
Let's see. So, oh, what? Sorry, my map just glitched out on me for a moment. I am located here. Since killing Vim is no longer the ideal option.
For you. I still want him dead. I still want Zeidler dead because of what he did to Elmwe.
Yeah, Elmwe is... Do you have to fail 3 saves, or...?
3
2?
saves. Yep.
So he already
Okay.
failed too, and I
Well,
don't think
okay.
it's.
But the thing is, if there's still a chance to give a potion, I'm right
I
here.
might be able to heal him, and I'm next.
Get over here then.
Yeah,
over
so
here.
let me just see where the best spot I can move is.
God, how many spell
it
slots do I have
looks
left?
I would recommend, really, if you can get get to the edge of the tent so you could see inside, and
yeah,
prevent.
Can I use a dash action to get behind Gale? Is that okay?
I think so.
Do you have Zephyr Strike up?
I do.
Isn't
Then
your
you don't
movement
need the
60?
dash. Yeah.
So I think that would take you to where...
I'm 100% certain on that. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll
you
move
got-
over there.
And that way you can take out the person who's trying to get the mayor, while the rest of us deal with Elmwe. Well, me and Gale will deal with Elmwe. Perhaps I'm
And I guess if it's 60, then I'll actually pass by Gale, because that was only 50. And I can... He's
you
not carrying the
shoot
mayor, so I
him?
can target him, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say take
you
a shot
see
at-
the dwarf, like right in front of the mayor, as the mayor is just like down and on the ground.
Yeah, let's just give him something else to be more concerned with.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I miss, then whatever. But if I hit, yeah, it'll...
Yeah, absolutely
I think
connects.
a 22 hits.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would hope so. We're level 3. If a 22 doesn't hit, then I'm gonna have some words with the DM.
Yeah, you run over, you run past Gale and Jinprax, ready your bow, shoot an arrow like right over the central stage, and it lands really right in like the bit like the neck fed, like this burly dwarf, and he just slowly turns back around with these hungry eyes looking straight at you.
Oh boy.
Okay, we're good.
All right. Our
He is
next
45
friend.
feet away. It'll take him at least a turn to get over here and actually attack.
True. Our next friendo is a beast tamer who is taking a bit of a dirt nap,
nap.
just on the grounds. Gale, you are up next.
Help.
Okay, so Spider Gale is going to use his 40 feet of movement to get to Elmwe.
Okay.
Help him.
Revert back to human Gale and cast Cure Wounds, hopefully getting him up.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I have a potion if he needs any more healing than that.
I think it should, because normally doesn't it just put you at 0 when you get knocked out? Sorry,
think
I'm
you have
talking
to take-
quietly. My fiance is asleep.
Oh.
I think you have to like take double damage for it to like really kill you.
Yeah.
Like your HP at negative level.
Right.
So it's a bit different.
Right.
In 5e, I believe it's you have to take double your current or double your max health
Oh,
in
it's double.
one round.
Oh, in one round. Okay.
Yeah. And then that's just insta death.
Okay. Cure Wound. At first level.
Okay.
That's 10 HP.
Fantastic.
Not your time yet, my friend.
You focus all of your energy, reverting back from spider form. You just instantly grow taller. And the first thing you do is instantly tend straight to Elmy. Place your hands on him.
We're not letting you go just yet.
And after a couple of seconds, you see his faint breathing begins to stop. And there's a cough. And Elmy's eyes begin to flutter open. And you see him. Hey!
Oh, thank
Hey!
goodness.
We've incapacitated them. I think we should take them prisoner.
Prisoner. Yeah, that's right.
Speak too loud, too fast. Oh, my head. And he's just on the ground, wiggling around.
Oh,
All right, friend.
baby.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I would like to shapeshift to horse, but I don't think I can do that, so I will wait.
Yeah, 'cause you. Yeah. All right.
Sure thing. Next up is the mayor.
Oh, poor mayor.
How he comically survives his next thing
This is
is...
gonna be amazing.
The mayor gets up.
Yakety sax plays in the background.
There is some deity watching over this fucking lucky ass mayor.
My god.
No, his god. So really you can see that like the mayor struggles to get up, but he's like flustered and red in the cheeks, and he just goes to give the dwarf like a little kick in the back of the knee.
Fucking run.
That's what you get for handling me, you little rapscallion. As he tries to just assault the
Oh,
dwarf.
Christ.
Hey, David, you do remember that Elmley has lucky. You forgot again, didn't you?
I don't think it came up.
I don't know.
For the nat one for his death save, he probably should have
Yeah.
rolled it.
I don't think it works for death. Does it work for death saves?
I don't know.
don't know.
I've
He's
never
up
had
now,
it.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's actually a
Yeah.
really good question. I had it stuck in my head that it didn't. But yeah, the mayor's trying to kick the dwarf. Fails. Like just goes between the dwarf's legs.
Well, does he at least get him in the groin?
Nope. Nope.
God
Just
damn.
whiffs entirely.
Like, that'd be really funny, though. Like, he rolls a nat 1 to kick me, and yet somehow managed to get through the legs and up into the groin. Like, with the luck of this mayor, it wouldn't surprise me.
The chonky dwarf is going to make his way up towards where Rayleigh is. Not wanting to take another arrow to the back. As he takes an attack of opportunity from the mayor.
Oh, boy.
Who rolls a 13.
Oh, boy.
Which is enough to go hit the dwarf as he's walking away. For a whopping 3 points of damage. 3 points of bludgeon
You gave up
damage.
the kill.
Go
Killing him
mayor.
instantly.
Just knocks and bops him in the back of the head as he's walking away.
It would have been nice if he only had 3 HP left.
It would have, but this dude has not been touched at all since your first arrow.
yeah.
Sev, that brings us off to you.
Alright, turning quickly to Gale. Are you alright? Do you have Elmley okay over here?
He's recovered.
Yeah, I'm fine. The head's a bit spinning, but I'm fine.
What do we deal with them? I kind of point at the two sleeping idiots.
Alright. You're sleeping.
Like, I'm
idiot.
so fucking over this encounter.
Oh my god.
To be fair, I understand.
Alright.
Carnival fare, yes.
Or should I finish off the dude that's still in here? The idiots, or Can I
I think
see?
Cyndrus is more dangerous if you feel like
Yeah.
executing him.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
No, we should get information from him and like make him own up to like what the hell the plan was.
Isn't that what
But
necromancy's for?
Right.
I guess.
Well, in that case, I can take some chain and my lock out and start tying these up, like back to back.
Okay.
Tie them
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely gag him too,
Oh,
so that he can't cast
that's a good
spells.
idea. Okay. Yep. Can like take out like a bit of cloth or something. I think I have like some leather bits that I picked up along the way. Just shove them in his mouth.
Yeah, definitely can do. You can easily like start to move Zealer's body over to like the next bit of area, trying to like fuddle with the two of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to like tie him and the master back to
Yeah.
back and rope them. Yeah.
Yeah, you can
And I
like
have
move the
my
body
own-
and like start to
Yeah.
do that. It's gonna take you longer than
Yeah.
just this turn, but
This
you can definitely
turn,
start
yeah.
doing that.
Okay. Yep.
Also, I only have one healing spell left, so I know we have things
Yeah.
relatively under control, but if the dragon decides to nuke
To
us,
show
like,
off,
oh my
yeah.
god.
Yeah.
Next up is Elmley, and he's gonna scurry to his feet. He's not. He's gonna stay out here, just trying to get his bearings and
Yeah.
try walking again. He's gonna end his turn. It's gonna take us off to Sleepy Boy Zidler, who just takes the Z's. Jim Prax, it brings us off to you.
That was a good call using sleep though.
Thank you. I am sleepy IRL. Can you move me forward into the 10?
Sure. How far?
Oh, I can't see still.
You can't see?
No.
Really?
What in the world?
Oh, my token weird.
It-
Please.
Token, please.
I wanted to vicious mockery, the
guy. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
you
You
can.
can definitely easily enough do that.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Oh boy, 1 damage.
Uh,
Well,
that shouldn't be possible. Oh, but you're out of the charges, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
yeah, we're all running pretty low here.
Let's see here. No, it's set to
I am,
you.
all other spells
That is
off.
so odd. Let me try taking that out. Is that better for you?
Yeah, now I can see him.
That
I'm
is
face with him.
so strange. All right.
Well-
So he needs to make a wisdom save. Let's see.
He's just walking around yelling at us.
Come on. There we go. You appear right before the dwarf. Strum on your lute. But the dwarf's eyes are still locked with Rayleigh. And he does not seem to have any indication.
I tried.
It's okay, I've got this.
Rayleigh, what are you doing?
I'm just double checking my movement real quick. Good, that's 10. Yeah, that's the right spot, so it's good. And I'm going to move right here and take aim.
Okay.
Hopefully he'll still focus on me and not Jim Prax. Because
Yep.
that's my hope.
Okay. Go ahead, give me that tackle.
Okay. Beautiful.
With a 21, you absolutely connect. You just shoot another arrow. Right? I mean, he faces you. Like, he's turning around as you're moving to face you. And just, like, right into the center of the chest. You see him, like, buckle back a little bit. But he is still up.
Well,
What else would you like to do?
I am currently situated 35 feet from him, so I am good. I'll just stay here.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We have our other sleepy boy, the beast tamer, up above, just going snooze, snooze. Gale, that brings us off to you. What are you doing?
Can I see what's happening over with the mayor right now?
No, right now, like you're on the sides of the big top, and it's all solid except for the like entryway where you and Jimprax just
All
were.
salad.
Yeah, it's all salad. It's all wood salad.
Yeah.
So I did see Rayleigh basically shoot at the dwarf though, right? Or like go out and deal with it.
Yeah, you definitely would have seen Rayleigh go out to deal with it. You would have heard him like shoot the first shot of the bow. The second might be a bit muffled inside.
Start carrying a motive produce flame, and while walking outside, just waddle my ass over and see if I could shoot it at him, unless he's already been dealt with.
No, absolutely. He's still up. He's still making his way, looking to go over towards Rayleigh. Absolutely.
Produce flame.
Where's that 20?
Nat 20.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Where is my character sheet? Goddamn. Come on, spell. Get out of the character sheet.
Yeah, 20.
So
Are
we
you
believe
serious?
Is a botch.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I guess my hand slightly catches fire.
Oof.
Or like I burn down the tent as I'm like pissed off and wanting to like deal with.
Dealing 2 damage
Everything's
to the
fine.
bear, killing him.
So as
Oh my god, please no.
as you try to take aim for the mare, not for the mare. What am I saying? As you try to take aim for the dwarf,
Oh no.
you shoot a little higher than you expect. The dwarf's on like a raised platform in the central part of the arena. The motive produced flame goes wild up high, and the rope begins to catch fire, begins to split apart, leading to the two wooden central pillars.
Let's just light the whole tent on fire.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Where is the
Put it
mayor?
out with frostbite.
Yeah?
Hey, just call the dragon buddy in. That's fine.
Oh god.
No thanks. I'm good. Let's just carry on.
Fantastic. The mayor is going to scurry up along the side of the the southern part of the arena and just cower behind the stands at the seats.
Sounds
That's
about right.
fine.
Next up is the dragon's turn, and it is just taking its time waiting outside, awaiting its next order. That brings us over to the chonky dwarf boy, who is going to.
I wasn't aiming at the Dragon Master for the whole battle because I was concerned that if we aimed at the Dragon Master, the dragon might end up going berserk or something.
That's
fair.
Okay, yeah.
And I just didn't want to deal with that.
Dwarf boy is going to try to walk his way out to you, Rayleigh, and then just turn. Seth, that brings us up to you.
Alright, I am
Continuing.
to wrap these two up, and I'm gonna say, Emily, be a D and help me over.
Yeah. I'll try.
Just don't want these two causing any more trouble like they were for both of us.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. No. Then your turn, trying to wrap the both of them up. Elmi will come over on the other side, try to wrap both of them up together with you. Not a problem. That brings us over to Zeeler. He goes sleepy sleep. Jimprax, what are you doing?
Seeing that the Vicious Mockery doesn't actually do that much damage, he's actually going to shoot his crossbow.
Okay, fantastic.
Wait, have you used your breath weapon?
I haven't. I'm going to use my breath weapon. Thank you. That's a much better call. He rolls a dex save.
With advantage.
No.
Or disadvantage, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's add more fire to this place. Why not?
Fucking burn this whole place to the ground.
Yeah, like seriously, fuck this carnival.
Yeah, fuck it.
And
Burn
he
it all
rolls. So,
What did he roll?
how? It's a 15-foot line, right?
It's a 30-foot line.
Oh, 30. Oh, fantastic. So I can definitely reach him. Oh, excuse me. So you breathe your flame forward, and it catches like the remaining bits of the rope that have like fallen down in the way.
Did I just kill someone?
It catches the entire like wooden stand that fills up the center of the room. They're like
God.
bits of straw and hay that are strewn about that just go up in flame in a whoosh.
Fine.
The dwarf friend, you can manage to see through the flames that are just now erupting and begin to take over the arena. Manages to succeed on his save. And is
Okay.
able to like stamp out like some of the flames as another just like wall of flame engulfs him.
He does take half damage.
With
This is the second time I've lit an entire building on fire with this character. I've done it in a separate campaign with him.
With the last ball of flame, though, you see the dwarf is not looking great at all. He sinks down below the wooden platform. Platform's raised like 5 feet, 3 feet up.
We just need to make sure the mayor can get out before it all crumbles.
Really?
Okay?
You see the dwarf before you just fall down, taking a knee. What are you doing?
Fuck him up.
Yeah, I'm going to. Now let me double check distance real quick.
All around you now, as like the tent is beginning to get caught on fire, you hear the approaching footsteps from before just louder and louder and louder now, and you can hear some
Oh yeah, we forgot
voices.
about the angry mob.
just
Yeah, I
screaming,
think
"Oh
I'm
God,
just
it's on
going
fire! It's
to-
on fire! Put it out!"
We still don't know who it is.
Yeah, I
Like,
think I'm
is it
just
the
gonna
guard?
move-
Well, I feel like me and Elmi would know because we're still outside.
Yeah,
Maybe just like right in a line with the. I need to zoom out. Our names are in the way. No, I think that's a good spot actually. Close enough to the mayor that I can let him to know that he needs to get out before this whole place goes up in blaze. And
Yeah.
I take aim at the dwarf.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fuck him up.
Fuck him up.
Murder. Murder. God damn it.
And with an 8, as you're rushing, trying to console the mayor and tell him what's going on, the status of the fire and the flames, and bits of the smoke just get in your eye, and as you let loose the arrow, it goes wide just a little.
Ah, jeez.
Guys, can you please just kill this guy?
Seriously.
I'm trying.
Like,
I tried to.
I'm making an effort.
like I can't
Hey, it's
tell
not my
Never.
fault I fucking
Like-
botched. Like,
who has better luck, the mayor or this dwarf.
I feel
Or we
like
could let him live. Be like, hey, you're taking a knee. You're clearly surrendering. Help us get the mayor out.
Mayor is at 2 health, but had to deal with the dragon, so I feel like Mayor wins.
Yeah, can I actually say as a free action? Look, this place is burning up. My friends are more than happy to kill you. I would rather not. Tell the dragon to stand down. Help us get the mayor out of here, and you can walk away.
yeah, I mean, can you guarantee my safety?
No.
we really can't.
I'm gonna be honest, no. But This
Oh my
offer is better
God.
than letting them put an arrow through your head.
The dwarf looks back at you,
realistically,
sad, just tears filling his eyes,
you're
and
gonna
just shakes his
die either
head.
way.
And he begins to move towards the mayor once again. Above the stands.
Oh my god,
Wait.
poor Shy.
I'm so
The
sleepy.
dude's gonna
Oh,
die.
I'm sorry, his
like-
turn's not here yet. Oop, that's the sleepy boy. Gale, it is
Whose
your turn. What are you
is it?
doing?
Okay, it's my turn. Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and.
I mean, we
You're
can't guarantee
putting
the
this
mayor
on
for
me
free.
now? Okay, I didn't have much luck with fire, so I guess I'm gonna go for frost now.
Okay, Todoroki.
Actually, you know what? That's a bad idea. He probably has a good con save. I'll just go for fire.
Oh, God.
More fire. Fighting fire with fire.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
Flawless logic.
This is fine.
Give it to me. Just give it to me straight.
Murder, murder, murder.
Pretty slow.
Yes.
Thank the Lord.
An inverted roll. Wow, like I got 23 instead of a 1. Like,
Okay.
And with the force of all the flames around you, there's just smoke starting to fill the chamber, the rest of the arena. You let loose a mote of flame, and as it travels in a straight line down to the dwarf, it just picks up other bits of flames with it growing bigger and bigger and bigger as it envelops the dwarf in flame as he falls down to the ground, body on fire.
okay, now let's get the hell out of here. So basically, I'm gonna take like the horse saddlebag that I carry, put Mr. and Mrs. or Madam Chomp and Mr. Bitey in it. All of our winnings in the saddlebag, the bags of holding in the saddlebag, and like all of our shit turn into a horse, or say, someone mount me and I turn into a horse and, you know, expectantly wait by the saddlebags to be like suited up.
I mean, if you want it to be me, in case we need any more tidiness, I got some cantrips that are good at range. Come on out. Okay, so what is this? Do we have? Can me and Elmwe see what the angry mob is?
So as you
I'm
look
just
around,
casually standing in a burning building.
yeah,
Oh,
like
wow.
you see just the tent beginning to sort of like from the inside burn outward as the like top begins to just develop or revolve in flame. Taking a look around you as the footsteps are finally coming closer and closer and closer and closer, you can see bits of metal and like glints of torchlights in the distance. Coming another 30 seconds or so, you see that there's just a platoon of guard and other villagers
Okay.
coming to the circus fair grounds.
Okay.
And that is where we'll finally end.
This
For the
was a
night.
trip and a half.
is
Like, holy
insane.
I'm glad you
shit.
didn't bring
Holy
the dragon back
guacamole.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll deal with that later. Maybe my words of telling him to go be free now that his master is dead will actually ring true, and then then he'll grow up to an ancient dragon and then kill us later.
The master's
We
only
have to
asleep.
hide-
He went Betty
Oh,
by.
that's true.
We
right,
have
I
to
couldn't
hide the master, and the dragon won't know that the master is not dead as long as he can't see him. Just drag him away somewhere.
Unless he has some sort of like mental bond with him. But like,
Well, I feel like that might
least-
go out since he's unconscious.
yeah, it felt like we dealt with 5 bosses and
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like what?
I'm
indeed.
gonna go to bed.
Indeed. Yeah, I
That
appreciate
was-
y'all sticking on through with me for the night. I
No
hope you all
problem.
enjoyed. We shall.
It was a lot of fun, but I'm sleepy.
Yeah, we
Good
shall
night.
get back up next week. Wolf, you'll be out next week.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so we will see where things go. I'll keep updated on what happens, and yeah, I'll see y'all next time. Enjoy the rest of the day, y'all.
Bye.